All right, good morning. I hope that this sounds okay. I trust nothing because Windows. Thank you, Microsoft. I just checked all the settings and they do look right, but who knows? It just like randomly forced me to do 12 minutes of Windows Update right before the stream, and then I had to remove Teams, LinkedIn, OneNote, and like 3 or 4 other programs that I obviously never wanted or asked for. And it also decided to, change all my sound settings and probably mess up a whole bunch of other stuff that I don't know about yet. So that's neat. Hopefully it's done updating. I might just disable Windows Update for a while, actually. So, is Avers in chat? I don't think I saw him. Yeah, you're here. Avers, I was reading the Factorio channel in Discord, and you said something about the loaders versus chutes. 4 plates is the recipe from the base modernized loader mod. Add-on only modified the cost of the regular loader. Are you saying we're paying too little for loaders, too much for loaders, or like what? I don't understand. What is the recipe supposed to be? Are we cheating? Oh, you're talking about the stack. Okay, you're talking about a different mod altogether, not loaders. Got it. Well, there have been a few discussions about whether we should maybe consider actually enabling chutes. If you're not familiar, chutes are a mod setting that is available for the things under startup. Under the loaders modernized mod, there is this thing called a chute loader, which is a 7.5 item per second non-filterable, like 1x1 entity, just like a regular loader, but it's half speed, and apparently they only cost 4 metal plates, 4 iron. And we didn't have that enabled by default, so but we also didn't start this entire mod pack with loaders in the first place. I think we added it in on like day 5 or 6. So it would have radically changed our early game if we had chute loaders, because think about all the machines that produce like just a ton of crap. We could have just chute loaded it onto belts and then used filter mechanical inserters to pull the ash off, and it would have really helped a lot, but we're already past that stage of the game, so. Oh, that's an interesting setting. I didn't see that before. Respect insert limits. Should we turn that on? Stop filling machine input slots when the machine indicates it has enough. That seems like a no-brainer to me, because you don't want to put 200 green circuits into a machine that is using like 2 at a time. Well, as far as I understand it, this is a startup setting, so we would have to rehost. But Talkmore did some research last night and created something of an abomination. It looks like this. Normal inserters. Adjustable inserters. With our current mod pack. Turns out that they did not remove the ability to install the adjustable inserters mod, create blueprints that use adjustable inserters, remove the adjustable inserters mod, and then paste adjustable inserters using your blueprint that you created while it was enabled on the current save. But could be done, but kind of jank and cursed. We also discovered that, and this might be a big deal for the train station later, apparently I've been operating under the assumption that stack inserters are the same thing as vanilla, and that they are just green, like, you know, bulk inserters or whatever. I guess stack inserters are the white ones now, but in my head they're still green, because, you know, I've been playing this game for too long. But apparently they're a 1x2 entity, not a 1x1. So, be aware. That means that Talkmore's gonna have to redo his whole factory, his whole station thing. At some point. Doesn't have to be right now, but... Yeah, we were looking at the Pi Crane mod. I was reading through the Factorio channel in Discord. That appears to be the current topic. There is a mod that, looks like this. We have two to consider that might be possible solutions. Inserter cranes for Pyanodon, and then also cranes Pyanodon. Not a lot of pictures to look at here. I guess they kind of look just like irregular inserters, but they are bigger. They do more stuff. Faster, larger inserters to reduce UPS/FPS issues modified for Pyanodons. They're 6x2, 3x2, and they have a stack. They have a hand stack size of 250. So that might require some recoding of combinators if we use something like that. But it does sort of fit the aesthetic of Pyanodons, like more so than like the adjustable inserters being all bent weird looking. And I agree with whoever said it on the Discord channel, might have been Avers. The main thing I care about is, I mean, I would like to try to minimize UPS loss, but also I would just really prefer to make sure that we keep the spirit of the mod intact. Like, adding loaders didn't break the Pyanodons experience. We still had to go through the entire phase of the game where we did not have splitters, for example, and we had to figure out... We went through the entire phase of the game where we didn't have long-headed inserters, and we had to adjust to that fact and do stuff like this. That's the exact same reason why we've disabled blueprint book importation. You know? You don't want someone with, like, thousands of hours of Pyanodon mod experience to just come in and then plop down their perfectly ratioed, perfectly amazing everything base. And then it just invalidates the entire experience for everyone trying to play and learn. So I'm guessing that we're looking at, yeah, Talkmore's on to up to 1.2. If you are planning on interacting with trains, make sure that you remove and update your blueprint book. The one that he just posted is right here. It's now version 1.2, so I'm going to make a new copy for myself. Sorry, my cough just does not want to go away. Domo desynced. We've had a few desync issues the last few days. I don't know why that has changed. Here, let's wait for Domo to catch up again. while we talk about what's going on. So last thing I remember, Princess Luna decided that it was time to like rip up a whole bunch of stuff and make us cry. So we need to redo science and actually get science pack 1 and 2 back online within train breaks, ideally. It was the mod removal. We haven't removed a mod since yesterday. Same setup. Also haven't changed any settings yet. Yeah, my plan, like what I want to work on personally is I want to hop into the test world and throw down Talkmore's newest train brick thing, which he did include the rectangular like building square plan thing. So I want to talk about that and then talk about trains a bit more again, because the train station, as I understand it, is operational. The only thing it's missing, it's kind of like a vanilla early game logistics setup. Like we have roboports, basically. We have roboports, we can move stuff, but we don't have requester chests and provider chests everywhere. So like we can't do bot-based production because, you know, got to hook up all the resources. It's just like that, except with trains. So the trains will do everything, but they need inputs. We need to set it up so that they have access to iron, set it up so they have access to copper, et cetera, et cetera. Like, as soon as all that stuff's in the CyberSyn logistics, like train mod thing, then it'll work. I'm showing them save files of 51 megabytes. A little bit bigger than yesterday, but not by much. Did you desync again, or wait, what? I thought that just filled up. You just binge watched my Hoi 4 Russian World Conquest. Oh, I am not a Russian, I am not a Hearts of Iron 4 player. I have never done a World Conquest in Hoi 4, and I haven't played Hoi 4 in probably 5 years. It's an interesting title, but it's really not my, compared to like Europa or even Crusader Kings, I don't really have a lot of interest in Hoi 4, personally. Alright, so I'm gonna head into the test world, which mine is pretty much empty now. I'm going to purge completely. So this is what Talkmore did since yesterday. He did add into this hazard concrete brick, and the plan is to use the remove the keep out tiles thing. So you do your build, and then you can do this, and it will remove all of the floor plan stuff, which we want to make sure hazard concrete and that other special type of concrete that was used to integrate the other thing is not part of the logistics network, because we don't want the robots to go out over to every train grid thing and build it. Just a waste of effort. But notice how this gets left behind, as does the corner over here and here. So if you do a build, and then you want to copy it into a new train brick, the intent is that you should be able to use this over to here, and then find the line, and then say, boop. And now you have your blueprint for the thing you want to copy, put that on your taskbar, go back to here, make another train brick, and then you can just paste the one that you've already done right on top. And I was suggesting that for certain blueprints, we should consider at some point maybe even adding them to the main book like Science Pack 1, Science Pack 2. Stuff where we know that as we build the base bigger and bigger, add new science packs, we're going to have to just scale existing stuff. And then those ones will potentially be made to snap to grid automatically. Like, it'll just be a full brick. It'll just, snap a new one. You don't have to line them up or anything. That's kind of where I'm at. So I want to spend my personal time today working on a Science Pack 1 build within a train brick. Which will be a crash course for me because I don't remember much about how this works. Native flora. Planter box. Perhaps we should shoot for a build that does like a very specific amount of production, like 1 per second, so that if we paste more train grids, we'll know that like just an easy multiplier, count the number of grids. Boom. How come Alt left click is not taking me into the recipe book? It's supposed to be. Weird. Alright, so planter boxes. Bum. So things that would want to be imported, obviously the flora, probably iron plate. I'm not experienced with this, obviously. This is like the first one that I'm actually trying to build within a train brick, so I'm just saying my thoughts out loud. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. Talk more specifically. For me, I'm thinking if I were to like request wood or request brick, the downside to that is that for every entity that I say I want to be imported to the grid, to the brick, is going to be a full wagon, a full train. If I do this and then say I want iron plate as one of my inputs, and then I want wood, and then I want brick, etc. Hey, talk more. What's up with that? How come there are like 3 different types of brick in here? It's showing the recipes. It's showing there's so many different types. Like, how do you know which one to click? Probably this one because it's got the walking speed modifier. That's the actual entity. That could be easy to mess up. I'm assuming this one's correct. So the downside of this, though, like say I just request every single item, then that means I'm basically saying I need that many individual trains. All of those different things need to be in the output of other train bricks. And I would also have to do some quick math to see, like, is there space? Stacks into wagons 40. Stacks into wagons 40 is the total number of spaces in the cargo wagons. So 20 per cargo wagon. I don't think we need to worry about changing that unless we get like an upgraded cargo wagon or something later on. But these warehouse things are really big, but there is a limited amount of space in them. And then what was the default? Talk more like how many, it's like 1.5, I think, right? Like if I request iron plate, it's going to try to put 40 stacks of 100 times 1.5. So it'll try to store like 6,000 plate. There's enough space for 10 trains. Okay, so you can't mess it up, is what you're saying. That's why you stopped at 10? Nice. Well, that makes me feel a lot more comfortable. So what if I just like in the overworld, just like if I'm playing with bots, you know, okay, so say we're playing with bots, so we just got logistics bots, we would have this, right? So this isn't really like high dedicated production, but it at least makes the resource available for logistics bots to get the thing. What's to stop me right now from just finding the nearest train thing, throwing down a station on the output side, and then just feeding fiber with a green, like a wire to the box that says like don't overfill it, you know, so that it doesn't just fill it up completely. But like, can I just chuck wood, fiber, brick, stone, iron, all that crap into a thing, and then it'll at least work a little? Assuming that it can get enough to fill a single train? Yep. Okay, well, I think we should maybe do that then first. Rather than try to worry about, like, building the full production chain that's going to do copper plate, for example, inside a train brick, why don't we just hook all the shit up? Sounds good to me. Within this real world, if I were to do this, I've got a little bit of a conflict. Here and here, but I can fix those. I'm going to request nothing. And just route this a little bit to the left. Maintain functionality. Eventually robots will come and finish building this out. Warehouses? Are warehouses automated well? Yeah, that's maybe an idea. Nah, it sounds like extra work though to create like a whole special thing just to offload resources directly into the grid. It's, I mean, whatever, I'll just hook up to the thing. Just need to find some steel. I'm gonna delete my steel chest again. Why? This is where I go to find steel, damn it. Bastard. I'm probably gonna need a bunch of loaders for what I'm planning. Train track? Rail? I want to force build that stuff a bit. No solder, eh? This rail production area seems defunct now. No formica. We broke everything. Everything doesn't work. There's no formica because there's no raw fiber. There's no raw fiber because there's too much biomass. That's why. Yeah, it's old base, but this is where I, like, still know to go to get resources, so can't expect me to stop. I'm a creature of habit. We're probably gonna need to take this original train off, right? He's blocking stuff. He's blocking a, what are they called again? Train... not chunk. A block. Well, he's blocking the block. That's what it's called. Terp. I'm thinking it might have been easier for me to just route stuff down to one that's already built. Like this one. Instead of trying to build a new one, because it's like I don't have all these resources. Especially the combinators. But it's fine. Okay. As soon as I get some 65k pie tanks. Would be able to just do this, and then that's theoretically a oxygen thing once this all gets built. Just like that, it's just that easy. Yes, caravans are specifically immune to trains. It's one of their features. Probably for that exact reason. Like, caravans getting themselves killed, or Talkmore, your blueprint does not automatically power the station itself. The wires are too far apart. Every player will have to remember to hook up an extra one. 1444. Okay, well, I just want to make sure I have wood. And there's 80,000 wood there. So... 80,000 is a lot. Automated factories? You mean like the non-vanilla size factory thing? They're actually slower than the level 2 burners by half. And I haven't seen a single situation where the recipe, like, requires an automated one, automated factory over... Alright, so we're gonna wire these all together. And... read on hold. These two. And these ones will be enable disable when anything equals 16. So if these are full, these are allowed to run. If they're not full, dedicate to the purpose of the main job. It's just an overflow situation. True, you don't need a fuel input. I mean, that's a pretty good argument for reducing complexity. But what does it cost to make an automated factory versus a burner assembler? Some intermetallics, gearbox shaft. They're more complicated to make and they're slower. It's up to you. It's up to you if you feel like it's worth the effort, but like, to me, I would just run a fuel value entity that doesn't create ash like wood or fiber, and then just do what we did on the bus. Like, this setup worked out shockingly well. The fact that underground belts can go 8 and just go right under 2 of the machines at once, and then fuel problem solved, no ash. And then factored in that with the idea that burner assembly machine Mark IIs are double the crafting speed of both. Just, I don't know, to me that seems pretty straightforward. I need belt. And we stopped making belts here because old. Which means I have to run a lot further to get back to the bus. And Princess Luna, I'm currently adding wood, like large amount of wood to the train grid, so you can import wood as a burnable fuel to any build. I think that as well, when factoring it all together, I think we should use regular burners still over automated factories. Alright, so we'll put one loader into each one's, because I know that they want to balance between each other. But then I need to put some sort of logic wired using wires that will not conflict with Talkmore's stuff. He's using green and red. Like red is hooked up to the warehouses. I think I can pass the red signal just fine. Turn that off for now. So we're gonna red wire to the belt right in front. And so, Talkmore, you said you did the math and 10 items is the most for input-output. Input-output. It's got 450 storage slots. Is it the same on this side? Can I put up to 10 different items in here? And if so, how many is the cap? Like... I'm thinking I want, like... Wood has a stack size of 100. So it's probably something like 4,000. 4,000, 6,000, 8,000, I'm not sure. Enable disable if wood is less than 15 times. 15 items at 60 stacks each. That sounds like too many to me, Talkmore, because if you did that, if you had 10 items at 60 stacks each, that's 600 stacks. And these warehouses can hold 450. Oh, but there are two of them. And you're merging them together. That would still leave a 300 stacks of buffer. Between the two chests. As many as 15 items, yeah, okay. Well, to be safe, I'm probably just going to stick to 10 or 12. I don't really want to go that nuts. Plus, there's not that much space for that many individual loaders, because you've got to do... If we don't want to run into a huge problem, like, okay, this part's important. Anyone who's actually in-game or trying to emulate or do what I'm doing right now, make sure to do what I did, where you're going to bring over... If you're going to put something directly into a warehouse to feed the train network, you want 2 belts, equal load speed, into both warehouses. Because if you don't, if I just did one like this... These inserters try to balance the load between them for train optimization, like to load the cargo wagons. And if you only ever put your entities into the top warehouse, they're always going to be struggling to keep up. So you have to put equal input into both warehouses. So, yeah, we'll struggle to do more than like 8 to 10 different items. Even if I had like one here, like, it'll be really hard to do that. Long story short, though, you said if I wanted to do 60 stacks and the stack size is 100, yeah, 6,000 should be the upper bound for wood. Can you also move the belts one more cell to the left? Right, good idea, yep. Because of the stack inserter increase. Which part do you mean? The logic or the... Oh, you've already done the double red inserter upgrade design? Okay. Sure. We'll just shift this over one more. This is kind of like our test case, prototype thing, whatever. Alright, if wood is less than 6K across the red wire network, and the red wire network is the sum of both chests, then both of these belts are allowed to work. I could even take it a step further and individually measure the warehouses to help with balancing. And I think, hold on, I think I see that you've got the top warehouse wired to green, and then these greens do not connect, right? You've got these three connected to green on this warehouse, these three connected to green on this warehouse. I can use your red wire to see the total, and then I can use the green here. So the green wire is measuring how much is in here, and then these ones are working if... You've already done the logic, right? So like whatever the logic is that's turning these on, I can kind of piggyback it. I guess maybe a simpler way to do it is to just not worry about the red wire at all, like you said, and I could just wire the green one to here, and then measure just half. So if wood is less than 3,000 in here, add wood. If wood is less than 3,000 in here, add wood. And that just kind of auto-balances it up anyway. That seems simpler. Something's going on with your logic here, though, I think. There's an error. Either I messed it up or there's a problem to begin with. Matt, sorry, talk more, can you look? All 6 of your inserters are functioning right now. And they shouldn't be. There's more wood in the top warehouse than the bottom warehouse. So only the inserters on the right, these 3, should be trying to send some from here to here. And yet these ones are still also active. Yeah, there's about a 50 item disparity right now. Yep. The only thing I did, I'll walk you through it if you can see my screen. All I did is I just did green wire from top warehouse to that top belt, green wire from the bottom warehouse to that bottom belt. So I did not interfere with your connections across. Not really sure what's triggering these 3 to want to work. Oh, the combinators aren't built, duh. Derp, dee derp, derp, derp. Turns out it don't work so good without all of its stuff, huh? Nice, okay. And 1 selector. It's broken. It's broken when it's not fully built. It's weird. I don't understand it. Yeah, I'll shimmy these over. Just like that. Probably also need to move this medium electric pole over. Yeah. Or did you just end up using 2? You can relocate stuff? Yeah, we have, it's called, I forget. Picker dollies. You can use the arrow keys on while hovering over entities to shimmy. Alright, double checking that all this is working. If I remove this loader, and we only fill the top one, these guys are trying to balance, and they'll never be able to keep up, because 3.6 a second is way too slow compared to 15. Double checking that it works on this way, too. Once this gets caught up, they should start trying to send it to the top. Perfect. And once there's 3,000 wood in either... Well, once there's 3,000 wood in both, the loaders should turn off, unless I fucked up. I think in general, Ryland, we want to avoid, like, destroying items, because, if you just, like, put a sanity check on the amount that can be put in, like I did here with wood, eventually, you never know, like, whether it's brains or meat or bones, like, a train will just know that there are bones there, and then be like, oh, I can go get bones from that place, and it'll go pick them up. So all of the byproducts are useful. But you do have to put sanity checks on, otherwise these warehouses will get completely full of wood, and then we could run into an issue where, let's say like 90% of the warehouse is full of wood, and then 3 other items are trying to come in, like the fiber or the raw fiber. But they can't actually put in enough stacks for a train to understand that that is a source of that item, and it will never be a source of that item because there's not enough space to actually get enough total. So... trains will only understand that this is a source for an item if they can get a full load. Which is why I was asking Talk more about the math, like how many individual items can I chuck in here. Like right now, if I wanted to put, there's 39,000 wood here, I could do the exact same thing with logs and say, hey, here's logs, here's fiber, here's whatever. And I might just do that because, I mean, these belts aren't moving, which means the production's not being utilized, which means why not? Yeah, but like you never know, these logs, I mean, we might end up building a warehouse or like a train brick that processes logs again. To me, it's the same thing as, again, I keep saying this, it's the exact same thing as logistics spots. Second that I get roboports and I get logistics spots and requester chests, I just start plugging everything into the network. Just put a box on every item and make it available, because it can't really hurt to do that. If I put logs in here and no one ever uses logs, it doesn't harm anything. Alright, so that's wood. And I was wanting wood because I wanted to be able to work through this. With wood, iron plate, stone brick. Iron plate production is completely turned off because there's no hot air. There's no hot air because the fluid wagon is waiting. There's no hot air in this caravan because only the bottom machine is running, it looks like. Do we have a better source for hot air? Yeah, I need more hot air for the this whole thing. Yeah. Having an 80% exhaust pipe on coke oven gas. Interesting too. Alright, if I have 3 deposits of storage, best way to take out resources in a balanced way. I should just do a 3-to-2 converter. 3-to-2 balancer, take out of each of them. Hmm. Probably. It's fine. There's supposed to be like a something something in there, but I broke it. It's fine. Probably not important. Alright, that should be wood and now iron plate. I think it's just that simple. Talk more. Is there a way to see? Could you, like, walk me through or tell the rest of the chat a little bit more about the Cybersyn mod? Like, can we see what's available to the trains? Or is that all kind of behind the scenes? Like, are we gonna have to mentally keep a running understanding of what is available, what isn't available on the train network? Just like with the wood, this should auto-balance the iron plate between both of them, and they should only go up to 6K. Iron plate has the same max, same stack size as wood, so I shouldn't need to tweak the number there. Control T. Project Cybersyn. Ooh-wee. Trains. Inventory. Oh. What do you know? There's the 6K wood provided by one station. It says amount 6,008. Well, how did that happen? Ah, because of the segment. There's space there. 3,000 wood in here, which is a train and it's a cargo wagon and a half. So I don't need to worry about the rounding. Yeah, it's actually, it's not that the loader doesn't cut off, it's that the I'm putting the wire one tile ahead of the loader, So this turns off, but then the loader has whatever was in its inventory. You can wire directly to the loaders? Really? Apparently you can. I did not know. Well, let's... Hold on. That's gonna look messy and awful. Paste those over. Wire just the loaders together. So the top loaders together, the bottom loaders together. Now I'm curious to see if it rounds a little bit better. I don't think this really matters that much, but actually, I think visually it was more clear what was going on. This is behind the electric pole now. Kinda don't like it. Plus, as long as I don't go over like 10 items, there's still 300 slots of buffer. I'm going to undo this. It's a lot easier to see. More visual clarity. I love visual clarity. It's only 30 iron plate a second, but technically iron and wood are part of the grid now. Probably the raw fiber is something worth putting in because I've got a pretty good supply of it. These two belts, the only reason they're mixed is because I shimmied them over. So, if I were to clean the lineup, I should be able to do this. So this is overflow fiber. Our priority should be toward the furnaces, because this is for, it's supposed to be dedicated fiber production for the furnaces, but if there's overflow fiber, then it can...
It's over 9,000!
Come on in. This is going to be raw fiber. We'll check that fiber stacks to 100. It does. Great success. I have done 3 items. I'm a worker. CatKiller5, thank you for your sub. 65 months. That's like a long time, 5 years. Dang. Where'd my real fiber go? It's missing. So yeah, you can either import raw fiber or wood to burn in buildable places now, if you want. Okay, back to the list of stuff that I would need, in theory. And in fact, if someone else wants to start working on Science Pack 1 inside a thing, I'm mostly just tasking myself with putting all the resources into the train network that would be needed to automate it. And if I get to the end, then I will. But to make planter boxes needed wood and iron plate, so that's where I'm at. Now I'm looking for stone brick. Stone brick. Stone brick. Brick made. Old furnaces here, 24 brick. Well, it just goes directly to the bus fed, I guess. Nothing else. Not a very large amount of production, but... Oh, you're gonna make actual stone brick as a brick block? Okay. Moving on. Then... Small parts. Well, I added iron, so I think I'm gonna maybe jump toward making a small parts brick. I have iron plate, so all I need is to put copper, and then I can make a small parts producing brick. So wherever I can find copper, a good supply of copper plate. It's close enough to tether into the train grid. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I was wondering about that, yeah. The other day, like, we were running into issues with geothermal power. It's like, how do you measure the temperature? That might be like a space age thing or something. I think I can actually steal this, like, not steal, but hybrid prioritize this copper feed that heads to the bus. Kind of a long way to get to a warehouse, but it's the best option I'm seeing at the moment, so that's what I'm gonna go do. The goal is to come in, take 2 more spaces here, so why don't we run it past all this, plus I want that flora. Planter boxes. Might be a good idea to actually just like create a new flora outpost though. Flora mine somewhere. Huh. Yeah, I'm not gonna get a lot of copper off this, but it'll be more than none. Allele is not online. There's a button in the top right corner you can press to see players if you want. Usually what I like to do is pin everyone that's currently in the game at the start of each session. That way I can just see at a glance who's online, because they'll be in the top right corner. But that's just me. Am I being productive today? Is today a productive day or a lazy day? I feel like I'm being productive. If I do nothing all day except for add stuff to the train network, that makes trains work, right? Like, we'll have trains. That's productive. Seems productive. Damn. Can't go under that? Fixed. Okay, that's crappy ass copper plate onto the train network. Since I know that there is a flora line over here, I'm gonna go tap into that as an overflow also. Before I go do the gear. The, what's it called? Build. Bum bum. This whole thing is fed fauna on this belt that's got moss on it. It's a hybrid moss plus fauna belt. Where does the original fauna come from? Here? And then it gets mixed. It's coming up from down here, so I can just tap in here and prioritize the up. Got it. I actually do the same thing with moss. What's left? Take overflow. Might as well since I'm here, whatever. While I'm at it, might as well. In an effort to use trains, I'm using more belt than I've ever used. Like, it's kind of funny, actually. Okay, so... bring you up, and then it's only a half a belt, so we'll just have to split. These are the last two I think I'm going to do for this. Do a splitter. That's the splitter for which resource? One of the two. Probably the fauna, I think it was. Where are these two? Where are these two? Copy both down. Change it to the right resource, which is supposed to be fauna? Native something? Native flora? Double check stack size. Good idea, yep. So flora only stacks to size 50, which means I need to cut the numbers in half. Put you at 1500. And then moss is the other. And that also has a stack size of 50, 1500. And I'm missing a loader. Awesome. We have robots? Not very many, though. There's only like 300 last I saw. They've been slowly helping to automate the train network, which is, I mean, they've been working. Look at all the trains that have been, like, there's a lot of train crap getting planned. Okay, and then I just need to get moss onto here. Bring moss up also. Moss can split. That should work. Here comes moss. Here comes some flora. Overall copper supply is not high, but triple check everything. Moss less than 1500, flora 1500. Moss then flora 1500, 1500. Copper at 3000, 3000, 3000, 3000. I like how clever this whole auto balancing between the warehouses thing is. Pretty clever. Neat. How many, talk more, I don't know if you're in meetings or not right now, but how many trains are actually ready to run? I see one there. Perhaps we should paste down a couple extra, because I think they're going to turn on soon. Alright, I think I have enough resources set up now that I can actually go build a all parts brick. Where to build it? Easiest to build it probably in a brick that's already mostly built out. There's some overlapping niobium ore here, but I'm going to commandeer this one, I guess. Oh, yep, I'm using 1.2, thanks. Good, good. I was productive. No one can say I wasn't productive because I was productive. I put in moss, flora, copper plate, iron plate, wood, and raw fiber. So far. So much. So this will become a thing. I guess I'll stand here and decon all these trees. And then go into the test world. And if this is where I'm going to build, now I know I'll have the resources to do it, so we want to make small parts. Mm-hmm. So I think this is going to be similar to what I did on the bus, where it's going to be underground with fuel line that gets doubled. Make the coil. $1.2 times 3 times 4 machines is not quite enough to fill a yellow belt. This is an argument right here. This is if you're going to convince me, Avers, this is the best argument ever for, like, should we add chutes? Circumstances like this, where you're taking in 2 plate per second and making 4 per second, a simple chute with a splitter would be pretty elegant. Otherwise, you gotta do some significant inserter action. And I don't know what the actual effect on UPS is versus chutes and inserters, but, you know, if 4 inserters are worse for UPS than 1 chute, then I could be persuaded pretty quickly to enable chutes. I find it very hard to justify loaders when it's only 4 items a second. At like 10 items, when I'm looking at this thing making parts, the 15 coil per second, the 15 bolts per second, and the actual 10 small parts per second all seem reasonable to use a loader. But when it's only 4, a loader feels like, I mean, it's only being utilized at like a quarter of its effect. Anyone else in the game want to chime in on the concept of chutes? Like, any idea how much UPS buffer we have? How would we see that? If I went to like time usage, what does all this stuff up here mean? My computer's never struggled with the map yet. Like, I'm always at 60 UPS, but in this case, like, I would strongly still oppose adjustable inserters because I think they break the fun of the game a bit. But we're already using loaders, and it's not about the cost for me. It's more about the utility of making builds clean, and also it's about building a really, really big base and UPS concerns, and making sure that we don't have to drop players that have played for hours and hours and hours. That's the bigger concern for me right now. If we start printing down train bricks that each have hundreds, if not like 1,000 mechanical inserters just to unload coil, it's going to cause big problems for UPS. Oh. Loaders, all of the loaders on the entire map are taking 0.005 versus all of the inserters on the map taking nearly 100 times that. 100 times the impact. Hmm. Well, I guess one thing we could do, if we're willing to risk the game crashing, let's actually do a direct comparison. I'm going to turn entity time usage on again. I'm going to zoom all the way out, make everyone lag behind. I'm going to get a tally of all of the entities. Sorry for this, but let's see how many loaders we have and how many inserters we have, and then divide their effect on UPS by the quantity. We have 19,000, but less than 20,000. If it was above 19,500, it would probably round up to 20. I guess we just call it 19K, because we can't know. 19,000 of those, plus 750 of these, plus 194 long-handeds. And I think those are the only entities that are considered inserters. About 20,000. And then loaders. I am blind. There it is. 372 loaders. We take those two numbers and we say we want the UPS effect per entity. The 372. Well, technically it'd be the other way around, right? It'd be loader 0.00. Call it 5 because it was at 5 earlier. Maybe not. It's staying at 4 now. Do max. You want to use the middle number? Are we sure that's what the middle number? This is current, this is min, this is max. You want to use the third number. 0.058 divided by 372 entities results in a number that looks like that. And then we take the other one, which was 19,945 divided by 1.16. Wait. Oh yeah, I was gonna say that doesn't feel right. Whoops. I have no memory, okay? I have the memory of a goldfish. Times. Why doesn't it just show history by default? I don't... Yeah, just always show history, then I can remember. That divided by times whatever I just said. Apparently it's now 1.195. We want 1.049 divided by 19,945. 5.259 E negative 5 UPS per loader, or per inserter, versus 1.55 E negative 4 per loader. In this case, we want the smallest number possible, correct? So that means that inserters are better. But you still need to do an equivalent. You have to do an equivalence though, in terms of like how many inserters would it take to match a loader? So if you actually were trying to make enough in order to match 15 items a second, a single loader, it would be 15 divided by 0.77, or if you want to use yellow inserters to give it a better argument, 15 divided by 1.2. Then this this number has to get multiplied by 12.5. That's how many you would need. So the impact for 12.5 inserters versus a single loader is 6.57 whatever versus 1.55, same decimal. So it's 4 times the UPS cost per entity to use pure inserters versus one loader. So in a best case scenario for loaders, full throughput, loaders are 4 times better for UPS than inserters. And then we could say logically that if you had a situation where you're doing half of a belt, to me this reads like loaders beat inserters in terms of raw UPS effect in most circumstances, at least in Pyanodons, where you're getting, most machines want anywhere from 2 items a second to 15 items a second. A single loader is gonna beat out 12 inserters. How many? Well, we should just be able to say, yeah, it should be easy math, right? So, question is how many inserters to have less with a single loader? Where's the breakpoint? Well, if 12.5 inserters costs this much UPS effect versus this, we can just divide this by the disparity between the two. 6.574 divided by 1.559. This divided by 4.2. Basically, the break even's about 3. If it takes more than 3 yellow inserters, you should use a loader. But now, there's another question. What about if we were to enable chutes? This is part of why I wanted to do the math. If loaders are, at 15 items a second, better for UPS, then logically chutes are also better for UPS at even 7.5 items a second. In fact, chutes might be even more noticeably better for UPS over loaders because chutes don't use power and they don't have filters. They're a simpler entity. On the other hand, theoretically, they could also be coded like shit and run worse. I don't know. Because they don't match the belt speed. What about fast inserters? Pretty sure fast inserters, right now, because we don't have any inserter stack size bonus, a fast inserter is just equivalent to it's just 2.0 yellow inserters. It's going to have a movement speed of 2.4 items a second. As soon as we get stack size bonus +1, an inserter can move 2 items at a time, they'll be pretty much on par with loaders in terms of UPS per item, per entity. But I don't know. My takeaway is that loaders are good. And if loaders are good, chutes are good. And if chutes are good, we should consider enabling chutes. It is kind of funny using a vacuum cleaner to kill trees. When I was in high school, we had an exchange student from Germany. His name was Philip. And he was kind of a weird guy. He was fun. Really, this goofy personality. And my mom loves to do yard work. She likes to go outside and garden and do all that kind of play in the dirt type stuff. So my whole life growing up, we would always have to rake the leaves and, you know, prepare the garden beds for next spring and all that crap. And because he was our exchange student, we forced him to participate in these silly behaviors, which he protested against because he didn't want to do it, and I didn't want to do it. None of the kids ever wanted to do it. My sister, or me, or Philip. I remember one time we were out in the fall, and we were raking up all the leaves that were on the floor. And Philip goes off and starts raking the tree, trying to pull all of the leaves off the tree branch because he wanted to be done with it then. He did not want to have to come back out the following weekend and rake leaves again. So he's like trying to use like this metal rake to just like strip all of the leaves off of each branch that was within reach. I thought that was quite funny. And that's what this vacuum cleaner thing is making me think of right now. I'm vacuuming the leaves off the trees. As a German, you would suggest everyone has to fill out a form before starting a project estimating the impact on UPS to calculate whether we use inserters or loaders. We could, I mean, we could actually take it that far. This is Megabase not optional. This is, okay, like UPS impact is actually a legitimate topic that could matter. So yeah, I mean, we could make a Google form. We could make a spreadsheet that, you know, based on the rough napkin math I was just doing, kind of creates an equivalency, and then we could have meetings. We could have Discord, like, we could have like Teams calls or Zoom meetings where we're like, based on the quarterly report data, nerds. Nerds! Well, if you feel like it could have been in an email, then I think that we need to have a meeting about whether we need to use emails or whether we need to use meetings, because I think that it should be part of a meeting. I like to see people face to face and talk. And if you just like emails, that's fine, but you need to pitch a strong argument for why we need to move it all to email. Also, I think you need to see me after class. I need a scathing hatred reviews on your brick setup in your test world. What did you do? Ursula or Princess? Princess. So you're just using your, okay, so that's your fuel line. Sure. Rich clay plus sand. Yeah, so you might want to consider not using burner Mark IIs because your throughput is awful. If you feed the right infinity chest's worth of sand split between two machines, each machine wanting 30 per second, you're giving it a quarter of what it wants. So if you're giving it a quarter of what it wants, you should downgrade all the machines to white, level 1, and then at least you're getting halfway there. But also, look at all this space. You've got so much room for activities. I think you need to think bigger. But also, good God, if you did feed this whole thing, you'd be making... how many? 32 machines making 20 bricks a second. Just a casual 640 bricks per second. How are you going to load 640 bricks per second into the warehouses? At best, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, plus 6. At best, you can only load 10 loaders worth times yellow belt of 15 items a second. So your belt is 4 times the size that it should be. Like, you'll never be able to load more than 150 items per second into each warehouse. At yellow belt speed, at least. You asked for scathing. You asked for a scathing review. I'm trying to scathe. It is pretty, though. Now, I'm a little curious about why you have power lines. Like, if I do this, watch. Oh. Derp. Loaders need power. Well, fine. But what about chutes? What if we enabled chutes? Then you wouldn't need power. Yeah, food caravans are still buildable. We just have one location where we make all of the critters. Right there, yeah. You just swap it. You'll need to handcraft the pumps for it and the high tank for the derp. Well, another factor in the discussion here for like a build like this is yeah, if your build wants 30 rich clay per second and we only have one station for each brick, that means only one train can ever be delivering items at once. So you actually are throughput limited right now based on the sum of all output inserters from the wagon. Because if like a train bringing clay is here, there can't be a train bringing anything else here. So that plus the lag time from one train getting there versus the next train. But 1.2 times 12 inserters means you can really only unload 14.4 items a second total. We're going to want to scale this down a bit until we get the actual bulk inserters, probably. That or the crane mod, because yeah, ultimately this whole build is limited by these inserters. But some production's better than none production, so like you could still build it. You should still build it. Eventually we will have the tech, we will have the inserters. Stack size bonus, the fast inserters, the bulk inserters, whatever. Yeah, you can unload with trains with loaders, but we can't use loaders to load trains based on the CyberSyn like logic with the combinators and stuff. Loaders will not play nicely, but Talkmore did upgrade this since yesterday. He's used instead of just 6 inserters, we've got 12 now. Because conveniently, as I mentioned earlier in the session, we realized that stack inserters, when we do get them, stack inserters are actually, you can't see it, annoyingly, but they are a 1x2 entity, not a 1x1. So they'll perfectly slot in where the double long-handeds are. Somehow a single piece of transport belt got in my box. Interesting. Alright. I want to do a poll. I don't want to bias the poll. I probably already have biased the poll. Welcome back, Banacegg. Definitely recognize you. Is there a way to see, I feel like this is either a mod or there's like a command to see who has spent the most playtime in the save. But I can't remember what the command would be. This is me trying not to bias the poll. Polls up in Twitch chat.
It's over 9,000!
Milkman, thank you for your 60th month. Happy anniversary. Has anyone started SciPack 1? I was working on it, Ryland. I did not begin the build. I was getting started. I'm technically still working on it. I added these resources to the train grid, so you can import wood as a fuel source or raw fiber as a fuel source. You've got your flora in there. And then I'm working right now on small part production, because that's also part of SciPack 1. But if you want to start the build for SciPack 1 itself, my goal is to give you the small parts as a delivery. The flora is already part of the network, and then if you can handle making planter boxes as part of the SciPack 1, then that would be it. Planter boxes require ash, soil, and then empty planter box. Empty planter box. The only other thing I didn't put in, you've got the wood source. The iron plate is a source. Still needs stone brick, but Purcell or Princess, one of the two of them is making the stone brick thing right now. So we're close to SciPack 1 being part of the train network. If I can focus up and actually get small parts in here. Honestly, though, instead of just doing a build, I'm kind of tempted to just, like... Fuck, what if we just, like, extend the train grid closer to the bus and then, like, dump all the crap that's on the bus into warehouses? So that instead of having to do these massive builds with slow inserters, we can just have some in the train grid, you know? Imagine, like, if all of these things, every entity that we've already got on the bus was doing what I did here and was being made available to the trains. Poll's done. Is the poll done? Oh, it's about halfway done. Yeah, we're doing a poll on chutes or not. Because, like, rather than do a full-on huge-ass build to make small parts, if I could just, like, connect to the belt right here that makes small parts at the end of the bus, so only overflow small parts make it into the train grid, but at least then I'm not duplicating all of this setup. Or immediately overtaxing the train grid, because there's, like, what, 2 trains that are currently built? And trains are kind of hard to make. But I don't want to have to bus it, like belt it all the way over to where I was doing the others. Reserved for mall. Interessant. been a while since you tuned in. You've picked up the Factorio bug again. You're welcome to join us, Mr. Dover. This is a stupendously large megabase plan. We're 56 hours in. And we're just doing trains. Just now maybe getting to do trains. We're on Science Pack 3, kind of. But not really. Don't have space age. I was wrong earlier, and unfortunately we do need space age because we've got elevated rails turned on, although they're, like, probably 100 hours away from being researchable. Actually, moderators? Is that like, should we have a discussion about that too? Should we just disable elevated rails and whatever other mod we have that, like, makes space age features available to make it so that people who don't have space age could play? Because that has come up a few times. I do think elevated rails are cool as hell, but, like, I don't know that we actually need them. We already have a rail plan. You know? Oh, enable all flags? But what does that mean? What does that do? A grand total of 6 people voted. 6 out of over 100 people. This is a very, very poor turnout. You're turning it into Americans. You need to show up when people poll. Pollsters, man. Well, with a vote of 4... with a vote of 4 versus 2, people think we should enable shoots. And Avarice has been pushing for shoots, and I kind of like the idea of shoots, the more I think about it. I felt a little bit guilty at first, even considering them, because we spent so long without them, but then eventually we added loaders, and, you know, Avarice claims that shoots were enabled by default for him. I don't know why ours were disabled by default. I'm also kind of curious to maybe turn them on just so that I can do that UPS calculation again with shoots and see what the UPS cost is for shoots versus loaders, because it's possible that shoots might be even more UPS optimized since they don't take power. So, at the very least, I want to test it. That means I need to re-host the game. Ah, stacking belts. That is something I think we do want. Sorry about the rehost, but this is for science. What am I doing? Settings, mod settings, startup. Loaders modernized. Enable the shoot loader. Oh. Weird, okay. I see now, Avarice. Yeah. The default is true. I guess we actually did turn it off. And then what about respect insert limits? That does seem like something that we should probably have turned on also. So that loaders don't force feed valuable entities, like valuable items, into every single machine. Double the recipe cost and produce 2 loaders at a time so that undergrounds are consumed in pairs. Well, that seems good. Alright, well, we're gonna give it a try. The people have spoken, all 4 of them. I'm gonna leave the game paused while people reconnect, and I'm gonna go make some more coffee though. So, everyone go grab a bathroom soda, drink some toilet water, stretch your legs. I'm gonna get some more cough drops too. Okay, we're just going to load because I'm wanting these mod settings to change. Should migrate the save without any issue. I don't know why it always says that, and then immediately just says matchmaking resumed. But in theory, there's the shoot. Two shoots for 8 iron plates. Used to slowly dump items into a container. Okay, I'm gonna make some coffee. Be right back. You're you're gonna prove me wrong, huh? I actually turned it off. I clicked it. I don't like being proven wrong on the internet. I'm gonna refuse the evidence presented in front of my very eyes and just choose to only believe my own reality. You're gonna join It'll be fine. We'll wait for you. Again, sorry about the rehost. Yeah, that's another one of the arguments that I made the other day, Personal, about why loaders, sorry, chutes seem kind of OP. They don't take power. They only cost 4 iron plate each, and you can just use a splitter and 2 loaders, two chutes to equal a loader. So, assuming surface area is available, in some ways they do seem OP, but what ultimately convinced me is convinced me to at least test it is the potential for UPS. And why do my clouds keep turning back on? Don't want clouds. I'm not loading it on like Windows 11 or like another computer or something. It just keeps on re-enabling clouds. Yeah. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to go make like a test build using nothing but chutes in my test world so that we can get a whole bunch of chutes built. And then I can do that UPS calculation I did again. Let me throw down a few more of those. And then actually, I have an idea. Much easier way to test it. I'm going to just grab like a copy of all this. Chuck it into the world. Test world. Use upgrade planner. Anything that's currently a loader become a chute. It's only 11. But 11 is more than 0. Remove all mechanical inserters. Remove all inserters, period. Okay. Remove all electrical poles too, because this whole thing might be able to run without any power. Any power at all, which seems interesting. Except for the actual fuel, so whatever, we'll allow those. Wait, nope, we can use mechanical inserters and they still don't need power, so. This was just iron plate down. Look at how big this list of crap is. Like, how do you even find anything without typing it all out? Answer is you can't. This thing was... copper, iron... Yeah, well, if I know. Figure it out. Okay, wait, pipes need iron though. Aren't they supposed to have iron? Did I not do a good job snapshotting, probably? Yeah, there's supposed to be another iron belt over there. Crap. Bum ba bum bum. Instead of having to do all this, straight belt, and then I should be able to just go, I guess, a little bit further back. And then shoot. Shoot is 7.5 items a second. That only wants 4. Shoot. Awkward. Yeah, I could easily imagine setting something up where you just have like... this would actually be kind of perfect. Yeah, that's clean. Doesn't deal with the sidedness of the output belt, though. The side loading here. That works, though. I think this line here was supposed to be the gears. Yeah, chutes seem like they're going to be pretty damn OP. But that's fine, because I guess we're okay with that. I'm okay with that. I could do the exact same thing with these, right? Like, this is... Oops. Ah, crap, I need a little bit more space, though. Oh, I have an idea. Put the chutes a little bit further apart. Have them merge. And then go under on the inside. And then... like that. Now it's going to fit within 1x2. This could go here. If you wanted to. Doesn't need to, but it's fine. Then I can grab this horizontal mirror. Oh, wrong one. I'm supposed to be doing this thing. That lets that fit. And this one can go here and here. And here. And then we use this basic idea again on this side. Boop, 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 boop. And then the most ridiculously overpowered part to this is that this doesn't cost any power. The only power being consumed is the machines burning wood. Splitters take no power, mechanical inserters take no power, the chutes take no power, undergrounds take no power. It just works. It just works. This is supposed to be iron. Don't know what that one wanted to be. It would take some refactoring to really leverage chutes. With the existing setup, but we don't need to do that. We can just make new setups that are bigger and better. So that's iron sticks. And here it'd just be better if we just shift these over by 1. Just go shoot, 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 shoot. Shoots would make it potentially possible to actually, like, get enough ratio here. You could run these two things. Yeah, you could even do it like these two do the thing where they merge and then double up their shoot output, so you've got 8 per second going into a single shoot at 7.5, which is almost 10, that kind of thing. But yeah, that is clean. Very clean. So easy to just paste this little thing on. Wow. I'm sure I made a mistake or two here and there, but very, very clean. And then we get to this thing, which would need to be fully refactored to use multiple shoots. Because, it's still lacking its bolt output. That's the problem. Whatever, I don't have to get the whole thing working. My whole goal right now is just to get a good amount of shoots being utilized. That's 79 shoots, most of which are probably functional at some point. And then I'm just gonna grab this whole thing and go like, boop, 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 boop. And we'll give that a few minutes to run. Once they're all functional, now I've got enough shoots, 553 plus whatever that first number was, that I should be able to take a look at the UPS hit and do some math on how effective shoots are in terms of UPS versus loaders versus inserters. Makes sense? My prediction is that they are going to be equivalent to loaders or better. Simply because they are unfilterable, non-interactable entities, can't be wired, don't take power. To me, a chute seems about equivalent to a belt in terms of what it must do for UPS. Maybe a little bit worse than a belt though, because it does have to interact with entities like chests. Plus there might be calculations that happen when it's trying to like feed a yellow belt at 15 items a second into a chute. Like right, you know, like this is 15 items a second going into 7.5, 7.5, so it's gotta like decide which items go into which side or whatever. But why is there no wood? Oh, because I just built these, right? Takes time to populate. Nobody had trouble reconnecting, I hope. Right? Anyone else experimenting with them already? And loving them, hopefully? Replacing literally everything with them? I do think we're going to want to use a lot more splitters, though. Also, you just did that backwards, Julio. There. Sorry, I'm spying on you. Backwards. Backwards. Yeah, I fixed. So, like, unless you're trying to do one side, you are doing sided belts. Okay, it's fine. I'm spinning. Nice. Alright, so I think that this test world probably is running enough. Let's turn on show entity time usage again and do that math if I can remember how the hell I did it. Assuming that it actually even delineates chutes versus loaders. It might not. Crap. I hadn't thought about that. It's probably lumping chutes into the loader calculations. There's no line item for chute. Functionally, it's just a slower loader. Damn. Guess I can't do the math then. Well, we can still use the conclusion that I derived earlier. Assuming that a chute is equivalent to a loader, which again, I feel like they should be less UPS because they don't take power, but even if they were equivalent, any entity, any circumstance where you could replace 3 yellow inserters with a chute or loader, you should do so. Which means that any entity that needs 2 items a second for its recipe ingredients or outputs is ideal for a chute. But going back to like what Jaleo was just doing. Technically, Jaleo, looking at your machine, if we're talking about strict UPS, 0.62 brick in, 0.62 brick out would be a circumstance where it's better to not use chutes because you're replacing 1 mechanical inserter with a chute, which equals 3 inserters. But when it comes to like the stuff I was just testing with the bolts and stuff, instead of putting 3 mechanical inserters to move 2 iron plate, or like 6 or 7 mechanical inserters to do the sticks, a chute is really, really good. Right, so like, I totally agree, chutes make sense for the final machine, but like, the machine on the right, you could get by just fine with mechanical inserters. I'm not gonna police the factory and go around fixing bills and stuff, I'm just still in theory mode. Like, not as a judgment, but I would do what you did backwards. I would stick with like inserters for the regenerative heat exchangers and then get rid of these inserters and replace these inserters with chutes that go in. I wonder how much of your build I would need to just have this. This is a closed loop with bricks, right? 250? Yeah, it looks like you're just passing around like a specific number of bricks, huh? I think. Wait. If I just put bricks here. And let that run for a little while, that should work. Messy, messy. So it should only be heated bricks on one side, right? How are they getting on that side? They're not, bricks can't like cool down just being on a belt, right? One of these inserters just put them on wrong. Just heats up the brick. Put it on the inside loop. Heats up the brick, inside loop. Heats up the brick, inside loop. Heats up the brick. That's why. Slowly turning it on, just needs to cycle the bricks through. And I don't know how many bricks it's supposed to use, but then the question is, like, if you need 10 bricks per second, this just seems to me like, well, if you're using half of a belt, you're never going to get the throughput you need. This build is not optimized to run both these machines anyway, because you're using a yellow belt and only one side of it is ever capable of having heated bricks. Whether we're using chutes or inserters is irrelevant. There's only 7.5 heated bricks per second available. Both machines want 10, so you're only going to get 7.5 out of 20 as a percentage of uptime. We're only going to run 37% of the time. But I don't know. What I was thinking though is I would just use the personally, I wouldn't use a hybrid system, especially with chutes. I would grab this whole thing, pull it back 1 tile or 2 tiles or 10 tiles or something, and then keep the lines separate so that then at the end here you've just got a heated brick, 15 items a second. And then you could just, you know, splitter it and go just direct feed with chutes right in. And then bricks out, you know. You've redone your bricks with chutes? Nice, I want to see it. Yeah, that's a lot smaller. And you've, alright, so 15 items a second times 2. You got 30 rich clay per second, which you're splitting between 2 belts. So you're sending 7.5 into this belt, 7.5 over here. And that means that you have done overkill math. At most, this can only ever be 15 right here. If it can only ever be 15, you only need 1 loader. Like, not to break your build, but like, you could have just done... You know what I mean? Like... So that way you're sending 7.5 rich clay per second down this one, 7.5 into this one. Like... It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm not trying... You asked earlier. I'm remembering what you said. What did you say? You wanted someone to, You used a specific phrase for it, but... Like this part right here, these two these two extra splitters. There's no functional benefit to this because this is only ever going to have 7.5. It can't use this. If you sped this up, if this was red, you had red here, and I don't even think we have the tech for red splitters, but, you know. I think ultimately we're going to be mostly limited by train throughput. So, you're silent now. Are you feeling too judged? I'm sorry if I... Future-proofing. I'm going to make my own with blackjack and hookers. So at best, 60 items a second. So this would need double this just for these 4. Mm-hmm. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, then it wants double output. We're using just shoots. And I'm a big fan of doing the, making 1 extra space so you can underground it. Maybe even this is just better. The thing is, there's really no point in trying to balance it, right? Because at best, if this were running, it's going to make 20 items a second, which is more than a single yellow belt anyway. So I guess you kind of need to oh, this might end up looking pretty. Based on rate calculator, we're looking at 40 brick per second, which is going to consolidate down to 3 belts. Except that it wants 70 rich clay, and we don't have 70, so we're actually only going to get 60 out of 70 of the 40. So it's going to be about 2 belt total. So just merge these two together. No ash? Nope, there's no ash when you burn certain items. If you burn wood, fiber, raw fiber, tree, like log, they don't create ash. We use wood primarily as a fuel source. Right, so the bigger concern, even, like, that's why I'm kind of actually, like, sort of wasting time, because you didn't do anything wrong. Your build is totally fine, it would work, everything's great. But when you said future-proofing, that's the part that I sort of was like, hold on. I gotta do the math here myself, because you are overdoing it on splitters and inputs, outputs, and all that, and like look at how many machines you did with half of the total raw input, and my build is ratioed and only uses 4 total machines to create 2 belts of brick. Like, it needs a lot. Like, think about how hard it would be to supply 120 items a second to a single train brick with the current ability we have to unload. There's really no point in future-proofing, I guess, is my point. I don't think it's physically possible for us to deliver 60 rich clay a second to a train depot. Especially when the train depots are only able to currently unload. Actually, Talkmore, I don't know if you're in meetings, but Talkmore, we might need to strongly consider doing something different for the unload stations, because it is going to probably be quite common that the unloading side, has a much higher items per second requirement than the loading side into wagons. Because we're taking lots of raw product to make small product, especially when you look at things like iron, you know? With iron, it's not vanilla where it's 1 iron plate from 1 iron ore. It's like 15 iron ore into... No, it's... Right now we get 5 iron ore, it becomes 3 iron, processed iron ore, and then you end up with plates and whatever. I don't want to do the math again, but my point is just that, how are we gonna... We can't get 60 items a second out of a train. And that's before factoring in the lag time on trains being queued and only having 1. Even if we had like 3 separate depots at each brick, it's not going to be able to do 60 items a second. Yeah, and the main reason I took the time to do that, Princess, again, I don't think you did anything wrong. I just wanted to demonstrate how this part works. So this is 15 items a second. Divided by 2 equals 15. Sorry, 15 divided by 2 is 7.5. Then this belt goes into this loader, which is half of the throughput of this belt, and this is the other half. This one goes under, and it takes care of the second machine. And then same thing with the sand. Just, in your build, it did... This doesn't do anything, effectively. And you're actually only giving it 15 per second right here, divided by 2 puts you to 7.5 here, divided by 2, you're giving this machine 3.75 per second times 2. But that's still not the 10, you're still just giving it half of what it wants. And I'm not a big fan of upgrading, like having builds that require you to know that eventually if I upgrade this to a red splitter or a red loader and this to a red belt, that it will work. Much better to have inline builds that rely on the same speed throughout. So that if I want to just double brick, I can go double brick. If I want to upgrade all of the belt in here all the way through, I can upgrade the loader to red, the belt to red, the splitter to red, the chute to a real loader, and that will double the throughput also. But like, the whole conditional upgrading the loader and the belt and the splitter to make this to get double is... You're not going to remember. I don't usually remember. It's kind of like belt weaving. Some people love belt weaving. I think it's not a good idea. Too easy to break belt weaving setups with upgrade planner. Much better to just build it in a way that doesn't require you to remember. And that looks quite pretty, I think. Yeah, and you were trying to use blue assembly machines too. Like, I mean, technically we could actually do that. Just swap to a blue assembler. Boop, boop. And delete this half altogether. But you're gonna struggle with... Still gonna struggle with all the same problems. What changes with the ore over in the metal thing? It doesn't actually change the ratio of... Like, you still consume the same amount of iron ore per second, you just get a higher total plate throughput. This should never run ever again, honestly, based on the way that it's set up now. There should be plenty of iron plate in storage. 56,000. So, what is the actual conclusion then? My conclusion is that chutes seem like they're worth keeping in. If we were to remove them again, we would have to go through and refactor anything that anyone just experimented with or roll back to a previous save, so I don't want to do that anyway. But, chutes seem good. They seem like a good idea for performance, and, in circumstances like this, right here, you know, still use mechanical inserters sometimes, if you can replace 3 inserters. Mechanical inserters are just, I think, pound for pound worse for UPS effect than yellow inserters. But it's still better to do this than it is to do this. I think that this is a mistake. You don't want to do this. Because that chute is probably... One chute is more UPS cost than one mechanical inserter. Not to mention you end up having to use an extra splitter. Not that splitters are like a big cost anymore, but... Yeah, automated factories might be useful for that purpose alone. I think we need either, we either need to refactor the unloading station to use loaders for throughput, or we need to strongly consider, yes, getting like the crane mod. Because otherwise we just can't do these builds. They just will not have enough input. There's no point in me making a brick that makes small parts when it's going to be this big, and already it's going to need just belt after belt after belt of copper and everything else. I'm going to actually finish building this now. Do vertical though. I think vertical does look nicer, and I really like having this footprint to know how much space we have. Let's do a simulated fuel line. In terms of raw fuel though, I think we should use raw fiber, not wood, since I added it to the train network. And it looks like raw fiber is the thing stopping trees from being chopped and stuff. It's fully backed up, which means... Another thing I think I can actually do is increase raw fiber availability in this warehouse. You can either have 15 items stored at a cargo wagon and a half each, or you could have one item stored at 15 cargo wagons or whatever. I think I'm going to double up the max storage for raw fiber and then start using it. Even triple it, actually. Alright, my test thing then is going to use raw fiber as a raw fuel. We'll run that raw fiber along the top edge. We will then run this. And then these guys want 2 per second, which is not 7.5, but I think that this is actually good to talk about. A single chute versus 3 mechanical inserters. 3 mechanical inserters is 0.77 times 3. It's gonna meet the need, but that's like the equivalency point, right? So easier for the build to just use a single chute. And I think it's reasonable to do so. We'll do splitter and in. And then I'm gonna move it to the very edge of the build area at the end, I guess. I don't have to worry about coming up against it so often. This is going to consume 4 per second. This provides 15, so this could go up to 4 distance through. If I wanted to. I don't like this. Better, I think, to bring it down and do a split off into chutes. I'm utilizing the vertical space a little bit better. And then I can just swap in more of these, so if I want to do this, then I can just add another copper belt. And I'm more like a bus. All right. How far away is filtering tech? Assuming that someone's working on actually producing the Science Pack 3, we're, I think it was like 330 Sci Pack 3s away. So you want 15 oil per second. Each one of these columns makes 16 per second. Let's try to do a single vertical column that results in a single machine that makes bolts at full speed. Not bolts, small parts. So we can basically just grab this whole thing, like here, change the recipe to bolts. Ba-bum. Hold on. Okay, so I need 10 bolts per second. That's not how we're going to do it then. Two iron per second. Okay, that's what I want to do. I know it kind of seems like I'm like resolving something I've already solved before, but chutes are making me just like recalculate everything. Even though they're basically just loaders. If this were iron... I have the exact same setup here. 2 in, 4 out, 2 in, 4 out. We end up with one belt of sticks. One belt of sticks made into bolts. Could be handled either by 2 machines or by 1 blue machine operating at like 3/4 ply throughput. 2 machines is better for the fuel source stuff. Probably better to do 2 yellow machines. I call them yellow, but they're not. They're gray. I don't know why I call them yellow. Because I'm wrong and dumb. Okay, so you are making 4 per second. We'll do the thing I did where these two are 4. There's space for 2 here, and then we'll go. That one goes down. They merge here, then go there, and then go down and under. To the... I don't even care if there's extra belts sitting around doing nothing. It's just visually clear to me what's supposed to be happening here. We're merging belts in down to 1, wasting 1 item per second, but then we end up with 1 belt of this. This guy's gonna go... there, and then that looks hideous. That should merge the coil at the same rate, so now we should end up with 15 coil per second. I think I'm going to get into a personal habit of always leaving 2 spaces here, just so that if I ever do a build that needs to be able to go underground and merge the 2 lines later, I don't have to change my thinking from doing it this way all the time. Or maybe I can figure out a way to do it this way all the time. That might be a better idea. Could just add 1 extra space here. And then plan on doing it like this. What looks prettier? This, which is wider, and lets these be kind of symmetrical, but also not symmetrical, versus this, which is closer and has a smaller footprint and is kind of symmetrical, but also not symmetrical. For the sake of comparison, let me put this up here and what looks better, this or this? Narrower? Right, we gotta utilize all that build space. There's an argument for this one though. And that is from anyone else looking at the build, looking in, visual clarity standpoint. The same rationale I was using for like how we should build the bus. You know, do we want to do lots of underground belts that you can't tell what, like, do we want it to look like this, where you have no idea what the hell anything is? Or do we want it to look more like the start, back when it was a little bit newer and we were kind of enforcing it, where it's like, ah, that is very clear what that belt is. Like, I would argue that this is more visually clear. It wastes space in order to provide clarity. And just to put it into perspective, this already is this is already too much production for trains to be able to deliver with our current setup. And I've used maybe a quarter, maybe a fifth of the buildable area. I'm able to utilize within each one of these bricks from here to here. This is all available space. So I'm not sure that it's necessary to... There is something about that. That looks so pretty. It really does. Ah, wait, no. I just convinced myself. Here's why this is wrong. This works exactly in this one circumstance because 2 items in equals 4 items out, which means I only need 1 chute. But what if I want to utilize this as a base template and I'm ending up using faster assembly machines? And now I've got 4 in, 8 out, and this can't keep up. I'm wasting adjacent space to the assembly machine this way, which means that eventually I'm going to have to refactor it. But with this, I've got plenty of extra space. You could also make the argument that if we don't need the crafting speed of an assembly 2, for that same reason, even though they're more expensive to build, a automated factory Mark 1 would be superior to this. It also reduces the input, like resource per second requirement of the station if I don't have to provide the gas, like the fuel, for the burners. And then we're talking about it's like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that 7? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 7 adjacency tiles. Which means we could cleanly do something like this at some point. And probably push it one further back. So that if you wanted to do more, just continuing to go like that. But we did discuss it briefly earlier. Automated factories are many more resources to actually craft. That's the downside. I want to see the total, like, cost of in iron plate and stuff, but the tooltip's too long. Is there a way to freeze the tooltip? But I can scroll it? Anyone know? Oh, never mind. Total raw is right in the middle there. They use more energy? They do? How much? Two megawatts each. Okay, well, screw that then. I do think that I like this better for the argument that I just made, so I'm going to refactor. Too bad this is so pretty, though. Okay, so 16, therefore 15 sticks per second. It's gonna not be perfectly used here, but that's fine. 15 out of 20 items a second equals 15 bolts per second. 15 bolts per second is what each one of these machines wants. And then the only other thing is that I need 5 gears per second. Gears are gonna take... To make 5 gears a second, I need at least 3 of these. But because of the ratio, I think we just do 4. We'll need another full iron belt per second to support it. Um... Again, for visual clarity, I'm just going to leave that there. I don't care. I mean, if it's going to be a modular build, I guess I could do that. That's fine. No sense wasting a splitter, I guess. And we're going to just grab this thing. That's actually going to overproduce gears. Going to make 8 gears a second, and each one of these only needs 5, but again, it's kind of fine. Now my OCD wants me to try to make it a square, which makes me want to put this over here and this like here. Which I could do. And then I could paste like 8 of these in here. But there's no way I can even get 45 items a second in this build from trains alone anyway, so like, what's the point? You know? Talk solution to the train unloading is better inserters per Discord. Better inserters or the crane mod? Is it weird that you've been enjoying Factorio more than E5, even though you were one of the best E4 streams? I don't feel like E5's in a good place. The last 3 days I've been trying to mentally gear up to like go play E5, and I just don't wanna. I haven't wanted to. And that feels bad, but I want to wait for 1.1. So it doesn't really surprise me at all that you feel like E5 is... Same argument I made earlier about visual clarity. I'm going to waste space for the sake of understanding what's happening. We'll shift this over by 2. Keep space in between these entities so that it's clear. Also, I would personally love it if the things all lined up properly, like this side and this side. But they don't. Whatever. This only wants 5 per second anyway, so I don't need to splitter it and utilize the extra production. Then we have 10 per second coming out, so we'll do from the bottom double loader, or double shoot rather. And we end up with that. I could totally fit this and this right here. For argument's sake, I'm going to rate it and see how much it sucks versus the other one. It would require me to move this here. Run these sticks that way. This thing would end up like here-ish. I mean, it looks better, doesn't it? I could, yeah, I could reorganize the order in order to, like, not have some of the extra undergrounds and stuff. First column sticks, second coils. Coils? First column sticks. Well, I need 8 machines making sticks, not 2. Sorry, not 4. But if I reversed these two, it would be slightly better. Now coil can just go... May as well save the space. I mean, it's slightly better this way. Not by much, though. This, I mean, reversing these two. Just gets rid of a little bit. I mean, if I wanted to not spend undergrounds. Undergrounds are expensive, though. And at the end of the day, we end up with 10 of these per second. A full 10 per second. So I ended up doing 3 of this whole build. I'm definitely gonna, it's more square. Square more good. Could consolidate down and make it trimmer. But I like having at least one space between each thing. I could also do something like loop the fuel, have it go down and then back up, so I don't have to do as much stuff up there, but... Yeah, reordering the plates is another consideration with the copper on the top spot. I mean, why not? Might as well. I love this test world. It is so much easier to plan stuff in here. Well, I don't really see a huge reason to triple it up at the moment. I mean, there's space, and there is the concept of theoretically, like, trying to utilize more of the train grid, but until I know for sure that I can get, even get 45 items a second, plus whatever the fuel requirement is, I just don't see any reason to try to ratio out the parts producer. Like, part of me wants to do this and say, triple it up, and then feed, 3 times the iron, so that'd be 6 iron plate yellow belt per second, 6 iron plate belts, 3 copper belts, 1 fuel line, and the final output product would be exactly 2 yellow belts of parts per second. And I could feed that in a warehouse, but I'm not crazy, and I know that I cannot get 9 lanes of crap times 15. I am not going to get 9 times 15 items a second unloaded into a train station, so why, you know? Yeah, that's why I'm not considering the fiber line. It's going to be like 1 fiber delivery, that's it. Ooh, deliver the molten metal and cast on site. Interesting. Yeah, that could change things. Okay, so what if we take this whole thing? If I wanted to make iron plate, I forget what the machine is called. To run this, deliver a liquid molten iron, which molten iron probably has an incredible throughput per second versus unloading using inserters, because it's going to use those pumps, and I think the pumps have like 12,000 transfer per second, and I don't know what the fluid wagon Where's the demo fluid wagon? Pick up. Build one. Fluid requester. We would need molten iron. We would want hot air. I assume hot air is... I think you're onto something. I think this is going to be a big part of these builds, actually. Is bringing in fluids and doing everything local. Because fluids are so much higher throughput. But now I want to see, like, how fast can it unload? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Oh no, it's on both sides too. So in theory, if I did molten iron in like all 4 slots, or like molten iron, hot air, it could utilize 4 pumps for the top, another 4 pumps. So that's 4 pumps times 12,000 times up to 2 or 3 of these things reserved for the molten iron. 96,000 molten iron per second. That would be a very fast train stop. I like a lot. And then borax. The hot air could be unloaded equally quickly. Sand casting is... Okay, we could bring in the creosote. Okay, I love it. I love the concept. Anything that's a fluid, we want to utilize fluids most. Bring our own creosote in. Make our own sand. Although I did make extra sand castings. And I think there's still plenty of space in this warehouse. So I think for right now, I'm just going to add overflow sand castings to the thing. Size 100. A little awkward to get it up there, kind of annoying. We want an ash train? Oh yeah, we're gonna need ash for science, right? Wait, hold on. Hear me out though. What if we just build not using wood, not using raw fiber, and we create our own ash locally by using bad fuel? And then we can limit the amount of reduce the amount of throughput from trains required by having on-site ash. What if ash becomes a good thing? Because ash trains, you realize how bad an ash train is going to be, right? I'm not sure that you do. Remember, ash, brain on hand. I've got 100. Yeah, there's a brain box though. I doubt we ripped up the brain box. Brain box is right here, personal. There's 3,000 in that box. Also caravan, so you can deliver them wherever you want. Where are you? Oh, I can come down to you, sure. You can also just grab, just find any caravan. Just look around the map for a caravan that's like running near you and just take half his brains. He'll go get more brain. He'll do it on his own, you know. But I'm walking toward you. I'll give you some if you don't find one. It's a little more walking than I wanted to do, but sure. Perhaps we should also consider doing caravans for some of the smaller need items, like I am going to finish hooking up the sand castings to the train network because I've already started the process, but yeah, like have the trains take care of the fluids and then have the caravans take care of the small one-off crap. Where are we looking? Okay, I'm putting brains in him. There you go. Right, so sorry, back to the ash concept though. To make sure it's clear just how bad an ash train is, keep in mind that ash stacks to 1,000, just like refined concrete and brick and stuff. That means that an ash train is going to hold 40 inventory slots of 1,000 items. So it's going to have to load 40,000 ash. And with our current inserter stack size bonus and inserter speed, even if it's utilizing the newer setup that Talkmore did, this one here where it's got double red-handed inserters, still only 12 inserters per warehouse times 1.2 per second times 2 warehouses. So 40,000 ash divided by 28.8, it's going to take 1,388 seconds to load. Also known as 23 minutes. And unless we come up with like the crane mod or something, or a loader-based solution, it'll take equal amount of time to unload, if not more. Why am I walking around? Oh, because I was trying to hook up the sand casting. Also, is that creosote? I was told that there would be trains. I don't see any trains driving around yet. I'm trying so hard to make trains a thing, and yet... Coal gas to ash? Sure. Who said that a little while back? AVS, consider delivering molten metal. Like, that changes everything. It solves so many of the problems with train throughput at our current stage. And yeah, if you deliver coal gas and then just create ash from it locally, that might actually be a good thing. And this is supposed to be sand castings. Technically, these could be replaced by chutes because I'm splitting a single belt. I can be efficient. Although, theoretically... No. No, it should just be chutes. It should be any... I should use chutes on anything that's using only a single belt in. So the moss and the flora fauna stuff too should be chutes. Did I say we burn raw fiber, but we get the raw fiber to fiber soon? Well, yeah, I've put 9,000 raw fiber into this warehouse, so the intent was to use raw fiber. This is overflow raw fiber from the oxygen iron smelting setup, which is not working because there's no oxygen. There's no oxygen because something broke. Because I broke it when I added stuff to my train station. Whoops. You like trains? I like trains. Alright, back to the test world. So, if I did move this down, let's just put it down here for now. And know that it wants to be tripled up. Fill this one. What would it take to actually spot smelt 6 belt of iron plate per second? This build over here can make about 6 belt a second. It makes a little bit more than that. 90 items a second is what I would need. And it only takes a little bit of borax. So I'd be committing I'd be committing to basically doubling up my entire iron setup that's supporting the entire base for 15 to 20 people, and has been for however many hours, just to spot smelt the 6 belts of iron per second needed to run this. Seems a bit ambitious. I don't know, how do you make rich clay? Rich clay is just ash and water? Well, as we've just kind of realized, water is super easy to transfer at obscene transfer rates. And then you can make ash on site from fluids. So yeah, it seems like you probably do manufacture your rich clay on site, which means maybe you can revamp your, you could easily revamp your brick build. I've got a caravan outpost already set up that could just wander around bringing sand castings to locations, so don't need to worry about training that in, although it is part of the train network. Hot air is being brought in via caravan also, but hot air should probably get added to the train network, which I could actually do right now if I had some more. I need to go build some more pie tanks. I think everyone on the map right now should strongly and like heavily invest in hooking up every fluid we have to the train network, because it's just such a great solution to all of the throughput concerns. Get molten metal, get molten copper, molten steel, get it all in the trains. Formaldehyde, methane, whatever all this other crap was. It's kind of obscene how much faster we can move fluids at stations than we can do regular items. A pie tank needs, like, lead. Which type of pie tank is it? 65k. I'm not sure that Pi tanks are automated, the 65K ones, but they should be so that our roboports can slowly build out the train stations. Question from 5 minutes ago, why are the warehouses handing back and forth a piece of belt? Sorry, I picked up that piece of belt, so it's automatic logic that the Talkmore set up to balance. It's a load balancer between the two warehouses, because the warehouses themselves are not large enough to feed both cargo wagons when using a 1x2 train. So what it does is it takes a reading of each warehouse's inventory, and for any item that has more, it turns on half of the inserters between them to try to load balance. And I guess perhaps that's a bug. Talkmore might want to consider rounding down instead of rounding up, because when it has just one belt like this, yeah, there's the belt, there's the belt, there's the belt. Did I put a whole stack in? I don't think I did. Yeah, there it is. There's the belt, there's the belt, there's the belt. It's trying to balance them. One belt in, one belt out, one belt in. I'm never going to grab it again, am I? Never going to even see it again. I swear there might be more than one in there. Easy way to fix it though, just grab all this and then do this and then there. Fixed. Yeah. You might want to do your, if there's an odd number, it should just round down and then not move it or something. Okay, so I was trying to get more fluids hooked up. I wanted to hook up the hydrogen also, which I can do now, except I have no pipe. Why do I have so many lights? How did that happen? Do not know. Okay, and then I'm gonna hook up the hot air also. Although the hot air is only being delivered via caravan, but still, putting it in the network is better than not. And I think I'll also try to hook up the molten iron. This is hot air. That's weird. Anyone doing something specific that just triggered that? Or that wasn't a one-person thing. Somebody probably did do something. Okay, you're not in trouble, just fess up. Well, that situation shouldn't happen. It only happened because I was like deconstructing belt while trying to set up the feeds, and accidentally, while having too much stuff in my inventory, it like put the belt onto the belt, and then that's how it got in there. And I just showed how you can easily purge it. You just delete all the inserters and then press Control Z 6 times and then paste it with a blueprint shotgun. So it'll keep all the wires intact, keep all the logic, just no big deal. Well, it's either that, I mean, it could have been my click. I don't know. I clicked on a pipe while crafting pipe, but I don't see why that would desync us. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's save reload fully. I'm actually going to restart Factorio 2. I don't know if that matters, but... Bum, bum, bum. Do we have to re-download it? Literally shows that you're still on the map. I know, it sucks, huh? Did I lag? There was a little bit of a spike. Probably about 3-4 seconds where the game was like hung, waiting, and then it kept going. I wouldn't consider that lag though, that's more of a hang. Lag is like intermittent and different, you know? Talk more, you're back for a bit. So yeah, we were talking, I don't know if you heard all of the discussion, but I was doing a build for small parts and that stopped at the point where I was making 10 small parts a second and just thinking there's just no way I can possibly support more than that because it's already going to want, I think it was like 45 items a second just to make 10 small parts a second. And our trains just will not be able to deliver that kind of throughput for a long time. Someone suggested that we should use fluids and just make the plate on site, and that changes everything because I was looking at your fluid-based station stuff, and you've got 4 pumps at 12,000 items a second, 12,000 fluid a second. So if we were to, pump molten iron into trains and then somehow... The concept is insane. We're going to put molten iron into train cargo wagons or whatever, fluid wagons, and somehow it's not going to turn into a big, huge paperweight. It's just going to stay hot. That's cool. But if you suspend your disbelief, 3 casting machines could support the 90 iron plate per second that I would need for the build that I'm looking at right now. So it does seem like fluids. That's the solution. We've been trying to find a solution to the train problem for a while. It's like, do we use loaders? Do we use adjustable inserters? Do we use some sort of train mod? Like, how are we going to make it better? Do we just wait for stack size bonus or fast inserters, bulk inserters, etc.? And I think the much more obvious solution is to just use fluids, because fluids transfer super fast. So far, I've added hot air and sand castings to the train grid. If I can add enough molten iron, there was only one more thing. I just need to get borax onto the train grid, and then theoretically, yeah, I could just drop down 3 casting machines and make the iron plate local. The only drawback to that concept is I can imagine a situation where it'll be like a bus where you've got a really big bus and low like base input. So you end up with tons and tons and tons and tons of storage that really reduces your overall throughput on certain builds. Like, let's say we have low molten iron production per second, and there's a train that wants to pick up the molten iron to deliver to a location, and it has to wait for molten iron to build up to a full cargo wagon full. And when that finally happens, it's going to go pick up the molten iron and then take the molten iron to a location. And now that location is feast or famine, going to make tons of plate for a little while. Every other location that also wants molten iron is going to have 0. And I don't know how CyberSyn is going to handle prioritization of delivery. Like, it might balance, like rotate between the different stations. But what happens if our molten iron per section is so low that by the time there's another cargo wagon of molten iron, all of the sites that want molten iron are empty. Now they're all equal again, probably, in terms of priority. So we could end up with a situation where all of the molten iron goes to one build, kind of like the start of a bus with a priority splitter, you know? And then nothing else gets made. Long term, the solution to that problem is just make more stuff, just have more iron. But you see what I mean? How it could be a similar problem? I think for right now, I'm not going to worry about tripling it, but maybe I'll just slow down like one casting machine. We kind of have trains. I mean, we've got a plan for trains. I don't know that I've seen a single train like go by. I'm still not afraid of the train tracks yet. I got that going for me, which is nice. But all right, I do want to hook up molten iron. But I don't think I put a pump here. Oh, I did math bad. I misunderstood how these pumps work. I see. Notice how the oxygen is hooked up to these four. These two connect to the top fluid wagon, these two connect to the bottom fluid wagon, so it's split equally. The hydrogen connects to the top and bottom, so 1 and 1. Hot air, middle two again, molten up here, so it's not 4 pumps loading. It's only going to be only 24,000 per second, not 48. My bad. Whoops. I'm surprised so many of these machines are on. Also, the water supply is kind of low. I'm going to play the game of, can I find the offshore pump icon without accidentally clicking on the normal pump icon? The answer is probably not. I need sea floor plumps. Slowly, slowly, slowly gaining water pressure. You know what I'm going to do, actually? Since these are much slower, and I know that each fluid wagon can handle 24,000 a second, we should just do 24,000 divided by 1,200 and make sure that we've got 20 offshore pumps minimum, so that, you know, that's only 6. There's your water train. Although it's not hooked up to an actual station yet. And my station already has 4 discrete fluids. We can't actually hook it up here. But might be able to do the... Honestly, this would be alternate row fluid provider add-on. Let's try main row fluid provider. Let's sneak it in over here. We'll do that. That's down there. We'll find water and run it all the way down. And I'm out of belt. Or out of pipe. I think redesigning the pump stations is going to be completely overkill. It's... the fluids are going to not be slow. They're going to be really fast compared to what we are getting in physical items a second. Can we have a look at the pumps and fluid wagons? Well, I just did that, didn't I? Were you not here? I did the math wrong earlier. It wasn't 48,000 items, 48,000 fluid a second. It's only 24,000. Because it's not 4 pumps on each machine. It's just 2 for each fluid. These 2 cover the fluid in position 4. These 2 cover position fluid 2. These 2 cover fluid 3. These 2 cover fluid 1. And that's for the top wagon. Same thing mirrored here. So it's 12,000 per second times 2. Okay, this wants to go all the way down to here. What's the argument for wanting to have 3 pumps instead of 2? I think 2 is clearly going to be sufficient, don't you? Yeah, it's got to be 1 each. I'm not sure. I assume that it's going to load the wagons equally. Considering that it's, I don't know, that's like vanilla bacterial fluid mechanics, though. I think it should load them equally. Water's now theoretically available at like 24,000 items a second. When you consider both cargo wagons, though, both fluid wagons, it is going to be able to load at a total of 48,000 fluid per second. Because it's 2 pumps per each wagon. 2 times 2 is 4 times 12,000 is 48,000. Okay, I'm gonna think about making molten metal on site, but for right now, I'm gonna delete the tripling of this. And I just want to try to get one of them working. I want to see trains move around. So let's throw this into... I wanted to do... I was stealing... You stole mine! I cleared that. I cleared all that wood. Bastard. I'll use this one, I guess. Fine. We go here, we go to main row, check for brick input output. Doesn't snap, so we gotta go here, alternate row, brick input output. And we're gonna go right here. I need to bring in iron plate. I'm gonna do iron plate twice because I need twice the iron plate throughput as I do copper based on its current size. I'll need fiber, raw fiber. I've got to find the right one. This one, I think. That's all I need, I'm pretty sure. For now. And then we'll just chuck this thing. Oh, talk more. I don't know if you're still here. Ah, that's the issue. Never mind. Nothing. You didn't do anything wrong. It's part of the main grid. That's why. That's why it didn't show up. Okay, we'll put this inside the thing. And then I'm going to wander over there and try to get it crafted. I thought that there was an error in the blueprint. I thought that your alternative row didn't have the rectangle grid that you did last night, but it's just that you made it part of the grid snap plan instead of making it part of the station plan. So what can happen then is if you say someone goes through and they build this, but they never actually use the outpost, and then I come in after the fact and try to do the brick input output, there's no grid on the inside from when we had established the bricks earlier. It almost feels like this one should include the plan instead of the main grid. Because if you're just extending the main grid, then you don't really need to have the labels. You know what I mean? Where am I going again? Way the hell over there? Damn. Do I have a car? Ew. Wait, this is a bad idea. This shouldn't be here because I'm planning on putting molten iron at the top. I should put it down at the bottom still. Like, around here. So that I can eventually maybe make molten iron within this grid. And it'll line up with my test world. Bum. I have too much crap. Come on, robots, get in my belly. Do we have like a trash box somewhere that I can just like take a poop? Get rid of all my crap. I have too much crap. I would like less crap. I feel like there was a thing I had used right there. That's a big old poop deposit. Big poop. Take this glass, take some of this, take that thing, actually give those back. Make this thing. I need all these lights. I want that. I want that. Um, turn this off so I can get this crap out. Replace some of my pipe supply so that I can do more stuff and things, and then go work on the build. Pipes were somewhere. I don't know that... Did we ever replace pipes and underground pipes in a mall? Or did that get lost at the end of yesterday's session? I know we automated inserters, which was awesome, but... I'm going to use a lot fewer of those now that I've got chutes. Ah, okay, cool, thanks. The amount of belts that I use is insane, though. Like, I had to refill my belt supply multiple times in order to hook up stuff earlier today. Like, this does not seem like a ridiculous amount of belt to me to grab that many. Same thing with pipe. If it's the last thing I do today, I'm going to make sure that I see trains delivering stuff. Like, I want... there better be an iron train, a fiber train, and an iron, copper plate train. Delivering crap here someday. Because I know I hooked up copper, I know I hooked up iron, I know I hooked up fiber. I did all of them. Should work. Yeah, I upgraded the iron processing chain. I have not looked at tasks in a day or so, actually, though. So I don't know how behind that whole thing is. Probably quite far behind, if I had to guess. Need more warehouses. Can't tell if some of these are ghosts or not. They kind of look like ghosts. Guess I need to go grab long-handed inserters. I need to also find some rails that I can force this to get built a little bit quicker. I think I know where inserters are. I don't know where rail is, though. Like, I'm sure I can find it, I just don't know, like, without control searching. Also, long-headed inserter production is either bad? Looks like there are no circuits on the bus. Like, at all. Could be because we're upgrading to the long-headed inserters for stations right now, but circuit productions are bad. I also needed rail. Rail. Okay, what else is stopping the station from actually being built? Need more arithmetic combinators, need more regular inserters. The shotgun somehow is a dual purpose shotgun. It's able to shoot things, not in a straight line, but more as like a lob. And then you can also press a button and suddenly it turns into a Hoover vacuum cleaner. Don't ask questions, it just works. Handcrafted train station. All of the combinators look good. Is that one not built, or is that the floor beneath it? The floor beneath it. If Talkmore didn't leave yet, that is another piece of feedback. You still have to manually connect the power to the stations. It'd be easy for people to forget. In theory, this train stop... Hey! Hey! Look at it! It's working! Look at the train go brr! Train's like, you want me to do something? I'll go do something. What's it gonna do? Gonna go to the station, it's gonna pick up some crap. Let's see what it picks up. Everyone look there. The train, it's doing a thing. So it's trying to pick up cargo of 4,000 iron plate, which is a completely full plate. What was the shortcut key again? It was like Control T, right? Yeah. So here's the inventory for the CyberSyn train network, and it only ever dispatches a train if it knows that it can fill a whole wagon. So there was 7,000 iron plate in that station, so it said, there's a station that wants 4,000 iron plate. This station has 4,000 iron plate. Go do the thing. So it's going to first fill that. And I'm guessing priority-wise, the reason why it did iron over the copper, considering that it does have access to copper, is because I did the thing where I said iron plate, copper plate. So I don't understand how all this works, but this number is bigger than this number, so this number probably got satisfied first based on that, which is why I put it in there twice. And it is only halfway loaded, despite having 12 long-headed inserters. That's okay. Okay, this is iron on the bottom. One's copper. Can't use filters on chutes, so I'll have to use loaders. We'll do 2 loaders with a filter of iron plate. 1 for each warehouse. Bum 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 bum. And then I don't really see a reason to not balance the 2 between them. It's already going to try to balance them over time, but like, just in case. And then I'll need copper, but I want to draw from both warehouses, so do something like copper. Except in this case, we will merge down to 1 lane because I only need 1 lane anyway. And then lastly, raw fiber. I think I have to do it this way. Otherwise the station will get all unbalanced and then it'll spend forever and a day trying to sort itself, which is silly. Half of your brick blueprint is sand washing? Soil extraction plus washers. This is all to make clay? You're just trying to make rich clay? How much water per second does it need? You need 10,300 water per second, it looks like right now. That means that if you were to get a delivery of like 90,000 water, the train could unload it at 48,000 water per second, and then you could run your setup for you know, what, a few seconds? I don't know if you have the water, the train, I don't know if we have the train throughput to bring water to you this quickly, 14,000 water per second. I mean, the pumps that I set up can do 24,000 water per second total, but I don't think we have enough actual trains to bring it to you that quickly yet. We'll have to focus on building more trains and actually getting them put into the depot. Where's my train at? It is unable to get to the target. because it wants to go to here. It looks like it's all built. My guess is that it's treating some of the segments between here and there as if they're all one block, because there's not enough signals to delineate the blocks. Or something. Can you find where it's broken? I forget how to do that. I know when trying to like drive a train manually it's quite easy, but water fill. What? Water fill? You can just like make water tiles and make your own bumps? Well, there you go. Sweet. Alright, our traffic drives on the right. I'm not understanding how this train is unable to get from here. Can't it just like go? Why you no go? I'm probably getting low on rail signal stuff myself. Okay, wait, I remember this being a thing. While Talkmore was testing his rail setup, the trains could sometimes get broken because they would want to go to the depot to refuel, and it looks at the whole surface for stations when it's determining where it should or can go. So I'm guessing perhaps that the second that the station was placed, it said, "Oh, iron," and then it calculated the route instantly before I finished building the rail. And I bet that the path does exist. It's just broken as of when it was dispatched, perhaps? It's like if I tell it to go here, it's showing green. So I'm gonna just click this and hope that it works. There might be a very specific order that we assemble stations that will prevent trains from getting confused. Like, manually cut one piece of curved rail so that it... No, because as soon as it knows about a station, it'll dispatch. Wait. Wait. That's not where you're supposed to take it. You bastard. This must be from when I was first testing it, and, This is not showing that it requests iron plates, so I don't understand why it wanted to go here. I'm going to just drive it manually. I don't trust this train. It's broke. Your job is to go here. I think you might have to place the actual station itself last. But if you delete the station so that it can't place it with like your robots or the shotgun or something, then it won't be labeled correctly. So you'd have to like delete it, finish building everything else, then use Control-Z to return the station to existence as a blueprint, then paste it last, then the Cybersyn brain could like use it. But I don't know. The ash for what part is fun? Well, that's a curious out. The train can get there. It wants iron plate, but the station itself is refusing to accept the iron plate. Because logic. And I think I'm going to have to manually transfer the iron plate inventory over and then repaste the train. Alright, I know there's stuff going on with the ash. I'm just kind of pretty heavily focused on getting this train to work. Yeah, I'm going to manually transfer all this iron plate. Purge this train. And then delete its temporary station and let it go back to the depot. And then we'll just watch it. See if it does something silly. It should get retasked with taking iron plate to the right location again. And hopefully it doesn't error on its route now that all of the rail is actually built. Yes, now it's decided to go pick up copper. And then it's going to go to other places. It's working! Kind of. And just like before, we're going to take green wire to there, green wire to here. And then I'm just going to grab the thing. I don't have to think. Grab. Change this to small parts. Would be this one. These have a stack size of 200. The default Should be 6,000 for a single train. Paste that to both. Then we're splitting a single feed, so I can just use chutes. And I need 11 billion more inserters, and this needs power. Reinforcing your choice? I think that there's some growing pains. I mean, I've literally never used the mod before, so if I had used it before, I probably wouldn't be confused at all by, like, you know, what's going on, why did it get confused, and whatever. But first time looking at it, I'm pretty sure once we get the whole thing built out, we're going to be happy that we have it. Yeah, I need more combinators. Requires circuits and stuff, of which there are none. We have not done science in a long time. I feel like science is super broken. Solder? Solder. That looks like solder. I think that for the purposes of this mod pack, like the main advantage to CyberSyn is the multiplayer, like, ease of use. Let's say that we have only one person who understands the train network, and only one person's actually, like, making new stations and tending to the stations, tending to the network itself, and that player, like, has real life happen and can't play for a few days, then we're kind of, like, screwed. You know? But with CyberSyn, it'll just sort of be, that part should be automatic a little bit. Assuming it's not broken, you know? Alright, so did my copper train get delivered? Yeah, so this time my copper train came over just fine. I think it was just a one-time error from the train getting confused because it got instantly tasked with the job to do the thing before I had finished building all the rail around the segment. So here's an idea. One way we could avoid pathing like that being ever a problem is, what if instead of having just the bricks without the stations, what if we had, like, the brick of planned rail plus just the rail? Not the station itself, not all the logic, not the inserters, not the warehouses, but the rail, so that you could pre-build bricks and then tack on the brick input output, and then it can't bug out because the rail would at least be connected after, you know what I mean? Akbar, I thought you said that it was smart enough to not need to go back to the depot and to let it get retasked, but it is going to the depot instead of just going direct to get raw fiber. I'm almost certain its next job is going to be to go pick up raw fiber for my station, but it does want to go to the depot first. And yep, now it's going to go pick up raw fiber. Or was it that it'll be smart enough to do a job at the site it's currently at, if it can? But wait, it can't do that because this is a drop-off site. So it seems like no matter what, it always has to go back to depot. was the math that I did earlier? It takes how long to load? 4,000 divided by like 24 inserters divided by 1.2. A little over 2 minutes right now. Alright, now I just want to make sure we get more trains, and I want to see multiple trains running around. So I'm going to go find the resources necessary to make at least 2 more trains. I want to see how they interact, like if it's going to queue up an iron train, a copper train, and a fiber train, or if it's going to try to do like 3 iron trains. Like, I want to visualize it personally. I need to find brakes and gearboxes and stuff. Wait, gearboxes theoretically right here. Top of the bus. Top right of the start of the bus. If there are no shafts, there are no shafts because there are no small parts. Looks like this is a hand-fed thing just to knock out. Knock out trains manually. What happened to the original robot stuff? These appear to still be working. Brakes and shafts. Something that seems to be quite low on antimony oxide. Damn, trains are hard to make. Shouldn't be surprised. Well, there was one train just sitting right over there. I'm gonna go steal that one and just make another cargo wagon. That way I can at least get a second train running. That way I only need to make another shaft and stuff. Bum bum. Titanium plate. One more shaft. Grab back some of these small parts. Duralumin titanium plates. Duralumin. Duralumin. Do not see titanium. I know it's made somewhere nearby. It is made way northwest. Isn't this duralumin? Yeah. Easy. Okay. Second train. Go book 1-2 cargo train, and we're gonna go chuck that into the depot. How's the run coming along? Struggling to fully get trains out of like working, but I personally have my first like brick making things. It is making parts, but it's not getting enough iron yet. I think we only have one single 1x2 train. It's made 654 sets of parts though. I'm not sure if you have to place the trains into the depot at the start, or if they can just be placed anywhere. So I'm gonna do the safe thing first, which is I think to do it in the depot. Which is over there. But I'm pretty sure you do need to do it with the blueprint. Otherwise it'll be dumb. Fuel type. Coal. This is something Talkmore would normally handle, but he's either AFK or whatever, and I want to do it, so... It looks like the depot's not fully built out. There's... Oh, my bad. Okay. Delete that. It wants you to put them in this one here. Okay, figuring things out. 1-2 cargo wagon. Facing up. No, still facing down. But it goes here. Felt that it wants to use coal as its primary fuel. And then that sets a filter for the fuel based on whatever we're actually using. Once it gets full, it should just join the team. The team of, you know, there are three total trains. One fluid train and then 2 cargo trains. Also, I probably need to put it on automatic. Oh, actually, no, I didn't have to put it on automatic. Cybersyn just decided to do it by itself. Interesting, so be careful about manual trains. Cybersyn might just repurpose your train. Off it goes. And it is picking up iron. The other train... You are the iron train. You are the fluid train, and you are... copper train. It just works. Trains made with your blueprint will automatically do that? Okay. Got it. CO2 should be on trains, but I haven't personally hooked up carbon dioxide to any fluid outposts. I do have a fluid outpost, like, add-on that I built right... here? That you could add more fluids to. There are 3 available spots. If there's any kind of fluid nearby that you want to hook up, that's a good location to do it, because it's pre-built and it's already, like, everything's already built, all the pumps and everything. Except for that arithmetic combinator needs to get finished, and also that arithmetic combinator, and these. Though it is not functional yet. Here goes the copper train. And the other thing I'm kind of curious about is how Cybersyn's going to handle station max train count at stations. Like, are the trains going to back up into the path? I would assume not, but maybe. Train limit of 3. Looks like there's probably space. Not that far. At least holds 1, if not 2 trains. 3 is probably the setting because there's enough space for 3. Okay. Talkmore answered all of this stuff before. I'm just trying to, like, download it back into my brain again. Now this train, you might be wondering, why isn't it going to do a thing? And that's because I'm guessing there isn't yet enough supply in here. It wants a minimum of 3,000 stuff. And this station has a train limit of 3 as well. In that case, there must be enough copper here that it's not requesting any. Because it has at least, what, some percentage of a cargo wagon? So talk about how come it doesn't want to dispatch another train to pick up more iron? I should increase the iron cap here, I think. And then theoretically it might be able to have as many as 3 trains waiting to all pick up iron. Why does it not get water? Because of that right there, isn't it? Yeah, there's a missing pipe to ground connecting to the boiler. It don't work because you didn't let it finish building all the stuff. Yep, it certainly would be nice if this thing could load a little faster than once every 2.5 minutes or whatever. It's very slow. I just thought of something that might maybe work. Aqua, remember how you said that we can't use loaders on output stations because the logic won't work? And it will, you know, break the logic? Would that still be true if an output station was solely one resource only? If this station only could ever possibly output iron plate, could we not use double loader to just go 15 items a second times 6 equals 90 items a second into this one, 90 items a second into this one, and it doesn't matter if it tries to overfill because it can't, or because it only would ever have the one resource? Hello, Pancake. Well, I did a thing. There are small parts in a warehouse. I just don't know how much value we're going to get out of trains. I did not realize how difficult it was to make trains. I thought at the very least, okay, no big deal. If the inserters are slow, we'll just make a bunch of trains. And they can all be slow for a while until we get better stack size bonus, and then eventually it'll be fine. But then I tried to pocket craft a single train. And a single cargo wagon. And, they're not cheap. What is a vout? I'm a big fan of your work. Haha, hee. You need 200 ash per second to run clay? That's a lot of belt. Are you able to actually make it all local? Have you been trying to figure that out? Yeah, 4 ash. You're providing it with one whole ash per minute, and it needs an extra 199 per second. This is per second. Yeah, not per minute, per second. If you wanted to make ash, the only way we can make ash right now is from coal gas, or technically you could make small amounts of ash from just from using a burner to burn stuff, but I don't know how much ash per second that makes. So your one dude only makes 1 per second, so you would need 200 high pressure furnaces cooking coal gas non-stop to make ash. Yeah, I don't think you want to do that. That seems awkward. Hate to say it, but at that kind of ash per second, you're probably going to need to we'll just belt all of the ash from all over the base just directly into the train brick, because why do we need this much brick per second, by the way? What is all that brick per second gonna do? Science. Oh. Well, again, I'm happy I did it. I see trains moving around. I win the game. It only took 60 hours. Trains go burr. Eight bricks per one science back. Good lord. Alright, well, I want to continue focusing as much as I possibly personally can on the concept of fluid wagons. Like fluid drains, and mostly doing local building with fluid, because that solves multiple issues. It solves the slow inserters problem, and it solves the trains being super expensive to pocket craft slash not pocket craft. Just make. Why did that train stop? Train, talk more. Your system's broke. It ran out of fuel. Never got fuel. It's being stupid. So I think its task is to go to the depot, which is here. The refuel station has access to coal. The depots don't, but yeah, whatever the interrupt was didn't work. It's not interrupting to refuel itself. Not sure why. But I didn't do it. Don't blame me. It wasn't me. 5 coal can become 10 coal dust. I thought we need ash, not coal dust. Wasn't ash the shortfall problem? Coal dust becomes ash? Okay. Like efficiently, or just like it can become ash because you can burn it in a burner? Because technically every item, I think, in the whole game can be turned into ash if you just run it through a burner. It looks like this fluid station's officially online, so we should have access to water in the train grid. But no one's requesting it yet, so the fluid train's just chilling. Until we get the fluid train actually working, it might make sense to make 2 more cargo wagons and just repurpose this train temporarily as a third item-based mover instead of a fluid mover. But again, I want to focus on fluid stuff. Water trains? Water is... yeah, but look, water is the thing. You have water. This pipe feeds from up here. It's not within radar, but I set up 20 offshore pumps, each at 1200 per second, so that's like 24,000 water per second is in this pipe. So there should be ample supply of water for water delivery to any location that needs it. Also, as Avers is pointing out, we don't need it because we can just make water fill and then just, you can make your own water. Make your own water with blackjack and hookers. Yeah, should we just chuck a bunch of coal in there to force it to... Or maybe just enough coal to make it finish this task and see if we can figure, like, debug why it's not actually going to refuel. Sorry for my cough right into the mic, my bad. Suddenly, this seems to happen every day, like 4 or 5 hours in, suddenly my voice just gives out. Ouch. The pain. It hurts. Did we fix the train? Well, turns out making iron more available did cause it to load iron twice. All I did was increase the maximum amount of iron that this thing can hold. If there was a third train available, my guess is that it would now be dispatching a copper train, because it knows that 8,000 iron plates on the way, and 4,000 copper is more than whatever amount of iron it would want. How would, out of curiosity, like, how would you set it up? How do you configure it to to know that it needs to go to the refuel station? Is that somewhere in Project Cyberson's how-do? So it's under 50% right now. You're saying an interrupt should fire right now? Yeah, did. Oh, is the issue temporary refuel station 1 second of inactivity though? Oh wait, inactivity should... What if the inserters are so slow that 1 second of inactivity triggers before it actually gets a single piece of fuel? Which then says inactivity is true. Maybe that needs to be 5 seconds or something. Apparently not. Still, it's going to take it a while to get rid of that ash. Short-term problem. Not a big deal. Well, I'm kind of confused now. I have no idea how it decided that it... like, how it actually ran out of fuel. Want to pick up iron plate again? That's kind of surprising, considering that it's got... no, I think I understand. Station had double requests for iron, because the iron throughput is double the amount that I need for copper. So, I'm guessing it's just a flat comparison of the two. Like, it's just trying to backfill the belts now. There's enough belt storage that it fell below 4,000, and that put iron plate ahead of copper again. Is my guess. You think it ran out on its way to refuel? It only took 4 coal to get from the refueling station here up to there. It's supposed to refuel at half capacity, which would be like 75 coal. How could it possibly run out of fuel going from here back to the refuel depot? It's like the same distance as this to this. This is a little strange to me though right now. Still, talk more. It's got... It double queued iron trains again. Eventually, it'll get copper again. Probably, maybe. Maybe it's wrong to have done 12K and 6K. Maybe instead I should have just done equal. Like, but it made sense to me at the time. 2 belts of iron plate, 1 belt of copper plate. Like, I don't know. Like, if I wasn't using Cybersyn, that would really still require more iron per second, so... Here's a missing piece of belt right here. Thing here. Potentially. Oh, we built those days ago and they've never been used. It was Princess's idea to destroy our original science setup because we were totally going to be super highly motivated to rebuild it. How's that going for us? Only been 5 hours, 29 minutes. Do we have Science Pack 1 again? Pretty sure we do have all the ingredients in the train network. I know because I kind of personally did most of it at the start. I automated small parts, that's part of the train network. I automated native flora, that's part of the train network. The empty planter boxes, that's why Princess was doing stone brick. This is in the train network, this is in the train network. I don't know if stone brick got added to it or not. And then ash soil is, yeah, so, like, science. No one actually built the block. Well, what if we all work together for the next hour and get it going? Because science. Yeah, that's complicated. This thing that Eric Kovic was working on. Yeah, everything should be on the train grid. Raw fiber leading to filtration will eventually get us ash for brick. Okay, well there's raw fiber in the train grid. 9,000 supply. I think it's like 30 per second available. Ironic after all this time that the thing we need the most now is ash. But we're trying, the problem is we're trying to do it all with trains, and that's just the growing pain part. If we were to just like search for all of the ash lines that exist, wherever those are, I don't even remember now, just like manually belt them to your science brick, we could probably make some science again. Like here's ash. This whole thing, like what if we got rid of that whole thing and stopped doing ash separation and just sent that ash to wherever we're wanting to do science 1 brick? I don't think we should try to do trains, ash trains though, because we were doing the math earlier and it's 40,000 ash per cargo wagon, or per train. And it'll end up taking like multiple hours to load an ash train and multiple hours to unload the ash train. So it should just be belted to a science area. I like solder. You can train import raw fiber. I just wouldn't train import ash. There's there's raw fiber right here. Quite a bit. Now, hold on. Here's an idea, though, actually. It just came to mind. For all of the reasons that an ash train is a horrible idea, because it would take 2.5 hours or whatever to load the ash train, caravan-based ash delivery would be really fast, because the creature gets to the cargo place and then just goes, bloop, grabs it all, instant. Although it would still require 30,000 ash to end up in a caravan outpost, but we could use, like, loaders on all edges of a caravan outpost to rapidly fill it with ash from multiple sources. Stealing your idea and claiming it for his own? When did you say that? I started saying it first. Only 30 minutes to load a train with double ash. I don't know about that. 40,000 total ash. Divided by 12 red inserters times 2. So divided by 24 inserters. And they operate at 1.2 swings per second. Okay, yeah, you know, you're right. 23.1 minutes. Still, that's an eternity. I'm not waiting 20 minutes for no damn ash train. We need to actually automate brakes, gearbox, and shafts onto the bus so that we can very slowly add more trains to the grid. The resource we're missing to produce shafts is the the iron nextlet antimony special alloy. I'm pretty sure I saw earlier that antimony is very low. Either that or there is a caravan delivery problem. Yeah, all these machines want iron nextlet antimony alloy. And can't make it. Can't make train stuff because they don't have it. And everything in this column is turned off for the most part, except for a couple, because antimony oxide is low. Antimony oxide is made up here. The machines at the end appear to be lacking any kind of burnable fuel. Looks like you're capping out on the fuel belt, actually, on antimony oxide production. The other machines at the very end don't have enough fuel. The belts aren't able to deliver enough megajoules a second to get to the end. It does just look like, what, raw coal, or is that coke? Each one of these only makes 0.1 of this antimony oxide a second. I think we need to massively increase that antimony oxide production area. Now I'm gonna go see if I can grab some more oxygen furnaces and bring, like, at least try to double it. Otherwise, no trains, and I want trains. More trains. So oxygen furnaces were something I remember being a thing, so it must exist. It is you? No. Those are electrolyzers. If I were an oxygen furnace, what would I look like? Son of a bitch. It's the one that looks like a little helicopter. I must have gone by it like 3 times and didn't open this one. One option up here for this Koki is if the megajoules per second, like the fuel value, is not enough to support this tall of a thing, we could just do a caravan of raw fiber delivered up here and then run it off fiber instead of oak. I wanted to double this up. I think we do need an extra solid separator. I won't need to. Someone else will take care of that. If you build it, it will come. I'm solving the problem. The problem is there's not enough antimony oxide. So I'm going to make more processing for it. And then if the problem is that there's not enough antimony ore, that's a completely different problem. Don't you think? Doing whatever is required to make trains happen more. You know, just more trains. All I want. Only thing I need. running out of shotgun ammo. That's surprising. That takes some serious effort. Raid 4 antimony. Shit, I guess we're copying all this too? Son of a bitch. Oh god, we're copying all this too? Help! Help! That's a lot of extra that's a lot. Antimony drills. Wow. Are you sure there's not enough ore? Look, there's not... Look at the number of machines that are active here. There's like easily half that are turned off. Looks like it could support a double build. Just, you know, napkin math. If it was only off by 4 per second, I feel like there would be a lot more machines active and fewer that are completely incapable of outputting. If it's only over by 4, that'd be just 3 machines. That... Okay. How many projects? I'm just gonna pin that as a task. Finish upgrading. I'm not gonna remember. Probably. Alright. It is only 5 o'clock, but I'm... Between my voice and the fact that I'm done. I did my thing. I made trains. I made a train that does the thing, and look, my thing is doing the thing, and I feel satisfied. I did my job today. The trains are doing a thing. So that means I'm gonna go grab a beer and I'm gonna do nothing else. I'm just going to sit and let everyone else do the work. I'll be right back. Since it's been a while since we got them, are caravans worth it? Caravans are wonderful, actually. I'm very impressed with caravans. We have this many current caravans. Like, there's a lot out there. They're doing a lot of work behind the scenes. And I remember when I first did the math on like how many actions they got per food, and like at the very beginning it was like, oh man, just trying to give them basic instructions is going to be a ton of actions that they need to be fueled for, but they're actually surprisingly efficient, and not once have I ever seen a caravan run out of food. Like, run out of available actions. They just use this one interrupt to go collect food when needed, and this thing of brains, every single time I've looked at it, always has 3,000 brains in it. I'm kind of surprised this worked so well, to be honest. There's another 13,000 brains available, apparently. Like, we've murdered a lot of creatures. Oh. They take a little bit of setup, and we do have to be a little bit careful with not having multiple people look at the same caravan at the same time to avoid desyncs. But beyond that, caravans are pretty awesome. Really awesome. In some ways, you could argue that they're better than trains. Because they require almost no infrastructure to support. They just work. But they don't have as much potential up, like max potential, I think. Because you can't copy paste you can't like copy this guy's settings and place down another one. You have to manually program every single one. And that's fine. Ooh, I forgot to eat lunch today. I didn't realize until right this second when I took a sip of my beer and then felt my empty stomach. This beer is going to hit hard. Empty stomach, 8% beer. Mmm. You had to make this better? What? The brick ratio stuff? Oh, yeah. How are you liking the chutes after having used them for a few hours? Poor man's wooden fences everywhere. Oh, I see what you did. So you got rid of the hybridized line, as I kind of suggested might be a good idea. And that allowed you to use chutes a lot easier. Smart. Yep, good, good. I think this is the source of all hot air for the whole base, too. Whether it's on the bus or it's on the train grid. It's all coming from this little brick furnace area. Alright, I guess I can maybe keep on working on the antimony. The hell's that thing? Metal power plants. Wow. And what the heck are these machines? Jaw crushers. Alright, I'm going to continue to shotgun things, and that's all I'm doing. Shotgunning beer, shotgunning construction. Not actually shotgunning beer, that's not a good idea. I should pick up more brains, though. And basic inserters. Why is there copper plate in this container? That's wrong. Wrong. Okay, and then I need jaw crushers, which look like what? That thing, I think. Go back the oxygen furnaces that I didn't use. Grab all the jaw crushers. Maybe not all of them, but a bunch. What else is needed? Automated screeners. Secondary crushers. Secondary crushers not automated. Automated screeners are automated. They look like a little circle-y Dewey. There is only one available. Nice. That's plenty. All I need. Ooh, some automated fluid outposts. Useful. There's no iron? Really? How is there no iron? Plenty of iron. This last machine down here that wants iron can't get iron because there's no iron, because there's no iron, because there's no iron. Because there's no iron, because there's no iron, because there's no iron. Because this is the circuit belt, not the iron belt. Okay, iron. Iron. Because the iron dead ends here and then just never got hooked up to it. Because that's what happened, it looks like. Somehow it's made 65 products though, so... Cookie, are you in game still? Cookie Biscuit? Or anyone that's worked at the bottom of this little mall? I'm not sure how this was getting iron before, but... I need more of it, and I don't know if, these two are for circuits, this is for steel. Maybe it's supposed to have steel-iron hybrid or something at one point? Do not know. That's like the only way that I can see to actually make it work again right now, so I guess I'll just do that. And we do that by... Jesus, it wants 60 iron plates per? It'll take a while. 8 green circuits. We have none green circuits. None green circuits because... it's so dark. Look at the end, Roomba. Look at the end. The end of what? The end of time? The end of days? The end of... The end of... Yeah. There's no iron coming in from the bottom, though. I cannot find circuits. Steel belt? I don't really know what I'm looking for. As far as I can tell, that last machine did not have access to iron plate. It must have either been getting fed it manually at first, or it was being provided it by, even distribution. Interesting. I see. Is this what you're trying to point out? There was supposed to be, yeah, iron hybrid. Oh, you're saying I broke it because of the hybridization? I see. It wants steel and it wants the other thing. It does not want iron. Okay, easy to fix. Filter for steel. Fixed. Now it's fixed. That's as many automated screeners as I think I'm going to get from having very few circuits. We need to probably take a look at green circuit production again. I think we make less green circuits now than we used to, because we took down the initial build area. And, okay, 2,000 is a good number, but if you look at the end of the bus, there's like nothing on the bus, which means we've got a good stockpile. But when it comes to like building a lot of machines for bigger builds, we don't actually have very good. 75 green circuits a second? No way. 0.75 a second. There are two machines making it. That's 1.5 a second. 1.5 per second. Yeah, that's not very many. I'm supposed to be drinking my beer. You guys are making me do too much work. Also, I wanted to make more personal robot boards. I have no small parts. Because I have no iron. Damn it. We're completely out of whatever is required to make antimony. I don't know what the fluid requirement is, but this whole thing is broken. That's probably part of why we don't have enough antimony oxide. Some fluid is in short supply. Hmm. I don't wonder why my power was going low, but I don't have any ooh, fuel canisters. Where do I get fuel again? Fuel canister? Canister? Full gasoline thing? Up there, okay. This base is getting pretty darn big. The underground is not connected to anything. Which underground? Crap, my canisters are gone. Okay, it makes the containers. Works for me. Steel for fluid Mark II. Steel? I'm so like out of tune with how long ago that message was that I have no idea what you're talking about, so I'm just gonna run over here and keep on trying to make antimony oxide production potentially capable of making more crap without understanding why there's no... Well, somehow there's tons of acetylene again. That's good, I guess. I do think that this mine can be optimized so that all the machines are always working. That or tap more from somewhere and bring it in. Where'd my robots go? Oh, my dumbass has disappeared. No idea. I don't know what roboports look like either, so I can't see them visually. That. There are 700 robots, 100 doing nothing. Too dark, can't see anything. It's hard to see stuff when there's no roads, too. Like, that's one of the drawbacks to paving everything. I only have 8. I'm just going to spend time yoinking them, I guess, until I've got more, because... Yoink. Nice. You can use 50, I believe. Oh, shit. I think it might be because... Is even distribution, like, killing them? No, that can't be it, right? That wouldn't make sense. I'm allowed to have extra. Stop doing that, dummies. Alright, just need 9 more. Close enough. What do you think, Jimmy? Were we productive today? Are the trains still doing stuff? Is the station, which I totally know how to find, producing things? It's completely turned off. All of my effort, and it's just sitting there in a box. Nice. What about SciPack 1? Do we have a train brick in progress that I could go help build out? So that those small parts get used? I think I'm just gonna do this though. I'm gonna turn this around like right in the middle. A machine sounds cool. Need to get some flying robot movement speed so that they stop being too slow for the player. Does not feel like I have 50 robots. Okay, talk more. Yeah, we're wrapping up in the next probably 15-20 minutes, so I feel like it was a good session, even though the trains aren't moving right now. It was a good learning session for me with CyberSyn. I feel pretty comfortable with it now. even though I don't really fully understand it. But you don't have to understand something to use it, do you? This is the most jank merging of stuff ever. I don't care. And then the stone and other crap has to go somewhere? I don't know. I'll figure this out soon. Maybe. Trying to get 90 degrees for no reason at all is certainly going to make things a little bit more interesting. This needs to be where the stone ends up, apparently. So, stone go that way. Except there's also... Why is there iron oxide on that belt? Where the hell did that come from? You can see it right there, like... Where'd that come from? Automated screeners... I'm gonna have to figure out this whole production chain, aren't I? But I put it in the list, so it's totally gonna be something I definitely don't forget to do. And make someone else's problem. Probably. Maybe. Maybe. I'll leave myself standing right here for now. Yeah, I've tried double-handing. I've got 3 of these things because I was hoping you could, like, rotate through them and that would let you fire faster, but it doesn't work. There is another upgrade for the blueprint shotgun, I think. We just haven't done any science in a while because somebody, Princess Maker, thought it'd be a great idea to just stop doing science for a few sessions by destroying our initial setup. So... Looks like the point of this whole thing is to select out the antimony grade 3. So... This is where the stone goes out and goes that way. I can make this work. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Where does the iron oxide get filtered out? Blacklist, antimony grade 1. Let's see, so the antimony grade 1 goes into that machine. I see iron oxide here, iron oxide on this line. Okay, so there's a filter over here to warehouse that I need to consider. So it goes up Send the antimony forward. The stone goes this way. Stone also doubles back that way across. And then the iron oxide is supposed to go this way. So what if I... What if I... double this whole line back and just put it into your warehouse? Or run it through that belt. That'll work. Right there. It'll be fine. That doesn't look right. There was a bulge there, eh? That is filtered antimony grade 2? Which is what these all want. I'm gonna have to redo this all tomorrow. I'm making bad decisions, so I don't know why I'm even bothering. It's just not gonna be pretty. I'm trying to do half of it sideways, like, I don't have all the machines. I don't even understand the production chain. I'll be right back. Oh, I ended up with more than 50, actually. Weird. And I have no power. Because there's no fuel. I need to get more generators. Alright, is there anything that I need to write down as stuff that we need to take care of? Like stuff to put onto the list, the to-do list? Aside from actually do antimony processing properly. Like, not that Domo did it wrong, but like the part that I did is obviously all wrong. But I actually have enough. Electrolyzers cost a lot of energy. They do. But you probably don't need to make more electrolyzers because this whole thing is 100 electrolyzers and there is like oxygen and hydrogen in super duper abundance. 440,000 hydrogen and 365,000 oxygen. So if you're running electrolyzers, just import the fluids. They're part of the train network here and here. Let those 100 electrolyzers already built handle the load for the most part. Unless you're just commenting on the fact that, like, when looking at our consumption, like, electrolyzers are high on the list or something. Hmm. 573 megawatts on electrolyzers. Yeah. Yep. That explains it. We're basically, like, electrifying the water into... We're making it boil so we can separate out the hydrogen and the oxygen, aren't we? Isn't that the idea? Enough electricity to tear the molecules apart. Kinky. Well, I'm not seeing any comments on things to add to the list. I guess I'll look through the list of things to do and see how we're looking. Reviewed liquid fuel as fuel prioritization. We're not gonna do that. Someone please do third science. Go, go, go. Triple tar production. Switch to acetylene. Aug food. That's the thing I just added. When we get to 993 hours of playtime, someone check on the landfill buffer, please. Out of curiosity, I wonder how the landfill buffer's doing. It was like over here, I think. Aw, someone deleted all my landfill chests. And has been using the landfill. Well, I'm never gonna have full chests of landfill. Is the hot air that is going to the smelting setup in the liquid depot then being sent elsewhere? It's being connected to the train grid. It's only a single caravan bringing it over, but it's supposed to only be overflow hot air. So if your setup is consuming, it's not getting the hot air that it needs, then either the hot air overflow is not working properly, or ratio's wrong. Where's hot air supposed to be? Well, it's a single dude, it might even be this dude, single dude bringing over hot air with a canister. A caravan. Ah, yeah, it's set up wrong. Overflow's in the wrong spot. It should only overflow into the caravan. Like, I needed some, but like... Try to set it up so that it'll reserve what you need for that setup, the brick setup. Then send whatever's available to the caravan outpost. And then vent the difference. But how far into the research tree is this? We are 15.7% through. Also known as not very far. Well, we probably want to make more, like, double up your brick heat exchanger thing now that you've upgraded it. And if we're going to do molten metal localized processing for train bricks, we're going to need hot air in the train grid, like in bulk. There's the dude. He just grabbed hot air. Alright, well, we got about 5 minutes till I'm supposed to wrap up, so... Final 5 min in the morning. Wrap up whatever you're working on, or at least take notes so you don't forget between today and tomorrow, but, about time to call it. Oh, is that a 2? Since when are we doing the second version of moss production? Nice. Fancy. This is built spaghetti. Is this a new mall? Kinda. Who did that? Alil was trying to automate automated factories, it looks like. And probably was incapable of... Oh my gosh, trains! Oh my gosh, trains! Trains! There's trains in there. Or trains. Wow. What about cargo wagons? Because, like, locomotives don't do anything without cargo wagons. So exciting. Oh my god, we can add 3 trains. Let's do it. Trains. You fried your brain doing bricks? I know. I kind of went down a rabbit hole too. Like, I was productive for a few hours, and then suddenly, I don't know, what was the breaking point? When did I start to make bad decisions? Where is this new... Oh, apparently way over here. We should put down, pavement to indicate that it's a mall. How are people supposed to know that that's a mall? We're not following the rules. Oh, I'm gonna find a bunch of crap and then... Like over here? I have 11,000 fancy floor. I'm gonna make a square. I think it's beautiful spaghetti. I don't think you did anything wrong. We love spaghetti. This base runs on spaghetti. Like, Jaleo, you're not giving him shit, are you? It's beautiful spaghetti. Look at it, it's wonderful. Delicious. Although you're not using shoots. Why aren't you using shoots? They cost 4 iron plate. They're overpowered. Here, I'll give you more just so you don't forget that you could use them. Do stuff. Where are all of your shafts at? How come we don't have enough shafts? Also, how come there's wood on both sides of the belt there? Oh, it's a loop. Interesting. It all comes back to the iron nextlet alloy crap thing that we just don't have enough of. Well, somebody I know is supposed to work on that tomorrow, and that person is me. I'll dive into the antimony thinger, make sure we have enough Nexla, antimony special oxide, whatever. Technically it is Space Age, yes. We have a mod that lets us use features from Space Age, even though the mod itself doesn't require Space Age. Specifically, we have stacking. Items can stack on belts, and we have elevated rail. Although we don't have the tech for that, nor will we have it for a very long time, so it's kind of debatable whether we should even have it enabled or not. But we haven't seen a large interest in people wanting to connect who don't have Space Age, so... The big thing is we're going from 3 trains to 5 oh my god, trains. Talkmore's been busy, apparently. Or Alhill has been busy. Domo, Talkmore? Okay, we're doing it. We're doing it live. Wow. That is so exciting. Trains. Using the blueprint. Oh. You are supposed to use coal. As are you. We are so ready. We're so ready for trains tomorrow. We started today's session with 1 train, and we got it working. This is the only outpost that I know of that actually functions using nothing but trains. And it makes small parts into a box. And the small parts, there's like 12,000 of them just waiting to be picked up to be turned into science packs. So that's a big thing we can do tomorrow, is make science packs in a train grid, train block, brick block, whatever. Hey, speaking of ash, you know that there's ash here. You can maybe tie into the train grid to offload some ash toward your science production. Away he goes. The cutie. Well, now that we know that we have got more than just a couple trains, like, maybe ash trains aren't completely unreasonable. I kind of gave them shit because they take 23 minutes to load, but... I mean, I thought we only had 2 trains still, so if we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trains that are idle right now, maybe maybe we can allow an ash train to be a thing and just let it sit there for 20 minutes waiting for an ash load. An ash load of ash? Hee. Get it? Alright. Well, for today though, I think we gotta wrap up. So tomorrow we will attack this plan or problem with vigor. And it will go great. Good night. Good job today. See you soon.